Good to see a full house.
The city had a chance to buy the Ramsdale land, keep that park. Instead of
Okay. Welcome, everyone. It's May 6, 2024, and this is a work session, Billings City Council. We'll be going through an agenda tonight that is back on that cart there if you'd like a copy. We've got, it's budget, and more budget tonight, and then we'll be back tomorrow night at the same bat channel with some different departments. Before we jump into public comment, I'll just remind the public that they'll have an opportunity to comment on either things on our agenda or not on our agenda at the very beginning, and then also at the very end. And then also as we go through, at the end of number 1 and number 2, there'll be additional opportunity for public comment. We just ask that you not repeat yourself if you speak at different times. 2 quick warnings or suggestions for council members. First, if you just look at the agenda, you'll see we've got a lot to cover tonight. It's not a lot of items per se, but the budget overview, I'm anticipating is going to take us close to an hour. Item number 2, there's 4 bullet points, but aviation transit are really separate presentations, and that general fund administration is made up of about 5 different sub-items. I'm not sure exactly what staff is thinking about that, whether that be 1 person or 2, but one way or another, if we spend roughly an hour on the first item, each of the bullets for the item number 2, that's going to be a full 3 hours plus. So we'll just try to move as quickly as we can. I just wanted to kind of alert everybody to the obvious time issues here, and we'll kind of see as we go how we're doing. The second thing is if people want to talk about specific items in the budget itself, please reference the page number. There's 324 pages in the budget book, so that will help us all if you do want to talk specific numbers, and if you've got that in front of you, you can reference a specific page number. With that, though, let's start off with just public comment on any items either on our agenda or not on our agenda tonight. Do we have any public comment to get us started this evening?
My name is Jim Downs. My residence is 2205 Dahlia Lane here in Billings. I'm here to voice my support for the Stagecoach Trail that is being looked at. I think it's a very important item that will further our trail system here in Billings. Economically, it's important. People that are moving to Billings are looking for items that they are interested in, and a lot of it is outdoor recreation, which this certainly is part of that. I think the city would be remiss if they pass on this. It's hard to look at a grant of $8.7 million, and the city has to match $800,000, which is no pittance by any means. But both TrailNet and there's another grant that are putting in another $200,000. So that gets the city portion down to $600,000. And I really do feel that is a very, very important project that we go forward with. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next, anybody else?
Hello, I'm James Thomas DeYoung. I reside at 910 Nutter in the Heights. Mayor Cole, City Council, and city officials, I want to thank you for your service to our community starting out and your contribution to the wonderful trail infrastructure that we are developing in Billings. As a resident of the Heights for 40 years, I have experienced the attention that city trail planners have given the Heights. I appreciate and regularly utilize the trails that have been implemented. This brings me to Stagecoach Trail. You will be considering a budget item to secure a $4.7 million grant. I strongly feel that a one-time expenditure of 13% grant of a 13% grant match is a wise infrastructure investment for decades of benefit. I feel that the connectivity The economic benefits and the safety benefits support the wisdom of this expenditure. The connections that the Stagecoach Trail offers are unmatched by any other trail segment. This connection serves both Heights and Valley residents. The economic benefit of $4.7 million new dollars injected into the local economy is a tremendous credit on your watch. Spending $600,000 to get $5.5 million is widely supported infrastructure sounds like a good deal to me as a taxpayer. Safety is personally important to me as I often drive and occasionally cycle on Zimmerman Trail Road. The route is challenging enough for vehicles alone, but add bikes, e-bikes, pedestrians, and northwest beltway traffic, and you have increased safety considerations. I would like to bring your attention to a current and lesser-known safety hazard that the Stagecoach Trail will address. Currently, below the new Skyline Trail is the old Rims Edge Trail that has been enjoyed by hikers and mountain bikers for many years. The undeveloped Rims Edge Trail provides MSUB students with a mountain experience directly adjacent to the campus. The Rims Edge Trail ends going west at Zimmerman Trail Road because off-road travel to the tunnel at the roundabout is quite impassable. Much of the time, the biker or hiker desires to continue to Zimmerman Park and beyond, which requires a hike-a-bike over the guardrail along Zimmerman Trail Road, and then navigating fast-moving vehicle traffic when all parties are hindered by limited visibility. Include in the mix minimal verge, guardrails, excessive road debris, steep grade, and you have a hazardous situation. The Stagecoach Trail will address this by allowing the Rims Edge Trail users to avoid Zimmerman Trail Road and utilize the Skyline Tunnel at the roundabout. Thanks again for hugging the Heights with trails and hopefully allowing Heights residents to safely connect to our Valley Trail assets. Please support the inclusion of the grant match needed to fund the Stagecoach Trail project and deliver a $4.7 million boost to Billings.
Very good, thank you. Anybody else?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and city staff. I'm Jody Adams. I live at 5520 Morningstar Lane. I'm here as a local resident representing the Billings Tennis Association Board, and I'm also a national USTA consultant volunteering to do this. Plus, also I'm a pickleball member of the Billings Pickleball Association. Both the BTA and the BPA have come together to join together as a joint citizen committee to support a new indoor tennis and pickleball center for the Billings metropolitan area. Thanks goes to Cindy Deskin, BTA President, BTA Vice President Kelly Seville, and BPA President Jill Branch for bringing all of this together. I'd like them to stand, please. This is the group that's been leading the charge. And then also, for the last 8 months, a national level feasibility study and operational and finance pro performa studies have been completed. It's been conducted by the sports facility companies out of Florida in partnership with the USTA, United States Tennis Association. Both of these studies have been paid and supported by the Billings Tennis Association. And I want Kevin Shoup and J.D. Wood to stand up from SFC, who's in town for these meetings the next 3 days. We know by current participation numbers locally, statewide, and through current development trends of both sports nationally, Billings locally is trailing behind in both indoor tennis and pickleball facilities. And this is also true for our outdoor court system at this point. We encourage you and the general public to attend one of the community engagement sessions being held over the next 2 days at Rock 31 building and at the Billings Public Library Center to hear the results of these studies, and to also, what is our future with racket and paddle sports here? They're coming on fast and furious throughout the country. Tennis is at 23.6 million right now. Pickleball is at 14.9 million, and they're growing every year by millions, not hundreds. I also want to let you know that we will leave a schedule here for you all to hopefully attend one of these sessions and join us as citizens to look at this proposal and the future. So at this point, I'm going to give a copy of this information and also the schedule. City Manager Chris, I would appreciate it if you would pass those along. Thank you so much. I want to thank you all very much for the opportunity to bring this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Thank you to your committee and community members. Thank you. Next.
I'm Catherine Card, 2815 4th Avenue South in Billings. I'm not sure if you're accepting comments on everything. Is that right? Okay. Well, one of the things in coming before you so many times in the past, 5 years for one thing or another, is you are guided by not only what the city's purposes are, what your purposes are as leaders of the city, but also many of you are guided spiritually. I've heard you pray for the poor and those most vulnerable in our community. And I'm just wondering if you are aware, going back to what the community, what your job is called to be, the city charter calls you leaders of the city, to provide for the health, safety, and welfare of all citizens. Now, you pray before you get started for vulnerable people, for the poor, for those in need as well. Those two aspects, the spiritual and the organizational, that guide you, are important, I think, to you. So I have a gift for you. May I approach you?
Sure.
So my gift is a reminder that we need a low barrier shelter, and that there's lots of people that spent all winter and spend every day now out in the environment. We have provided over 800 showers for folks. So we know, and we hear stories. What God wants most from us is to share our food with the hungry, to bring the homeless into our homes. That's from Isaiah. Some of you can relate to that. But the city charter says that the city of Billings will provide for the health and safety and welfare of every citizen. We need a low barrier shelter. You all in your leadership role need to be the leaders in that. And thank you. And
Chris, could you help a little bit?
this is Owen.
Oh, you've got a name.
Owen and Niece.
Okay. Well, I guess if you've got a name.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Where's Kenneth? There you are. Mayor Cole. Is in bright red.
Oh.
And I hope that you will, that these t-shirts will not only be a reminder of what I've asked from you for a couple of years now, but also a reminder that I care about you, and I want you to enjoy your position in caring for all people in this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Next comment. Any other public comment? If not, we'll close the public comment period for now and move on to our first item, which is our budget overview for the next fiscal year 25. Budget Director Andy Zeller. Spelling.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So tonight we're here obviously to present the FY25 proposed budget. You'll hear from a few departments this evening. Then tomorrow, police and fire, and then facilities. We had to move a couple around for some schedules. And then 2 weeks from now, on May 20th, planning, community development, code enforcement, public works, and then that following Tuesday, Parks and Rec, tax increment districts, city attorney's office, and then we'll try to wrap up. If we are unsuccessful, we can push to June 3rd. The hope is that we'll bring the budget back for consideration and adoption on June 10th. So just so you kind of have an outline of where we're going, I will remind you again at the end of this. Just start off with a couple of things from the FY24 budget that are either underway or likely to be completed this fiscal year. Some highlights there. Not going to read them all to you, but new City Hall being a big project underway, not a secret to anybody here, as well as the airport terminal, which just did phase 2, or the final ribbon cutting. I'm not sure what phase number that was. So the FY25 budget, broken down by revenue class here. You actually see I've showed 25 proposed budget and then the 24 adopted budget in orange there. Charges for services consist primarily of our utility bills. That's the major player there. But also, we charge the county for BUFSA services. That's the individual single largest category of revenue for the city. But it funds large operations like public works. We also have some internal charges, things like fleet, building, facilities, not building. But taxes then make up the next largest portion typically. And these are almost exclusively property taxes, but not entirely. And I have some slides later on some of the breakdown on these, but just kind of want to give you a sense of where the revenue to operate the city for a year comes from. Not a lot in debt proceeds this year relative to the overall city budget, but there is a decent sized debt issuance as well. Expenses by class. Here again, comparing the 25 proposed budget to the 24 adopted budget. The individual largest item is capital outlay, that being primarily the West End Reservoir. In fact, I think that's like 70 or 75% of that total. And then personnel and O&M making up the next two largest categories. So here they are by number. What do those charts mean? Total expenditures planned in FY25 of $473 million, funded by a budget of $425 million. So why is there a gap? Well, we have some funds on hand typically available, I think exclusively available for one-time capital outlay. One of the major ones is the West End Reservoir. We have borrowed those funds. It's underway, but most of that expenditure is going to happen here in the coming fiscal year. So we have some of those funds on hand. Some of the major capital projects in water and wastewater, there's the typical annual programs there, but I've tried to highlight some of the kind of unique non-reoccurring projects. The Western Reservoir, and then storage improvement for the downtown area, Zone 1 water. Transportation, there's design work beginning on Rimrock Road and Grand Avenue, and then some work at Hesper as well, again for the Western Reservoir. And then Parks and Rec, there's about $7.7 million there, the majority of that Stagecoach Trail. I think there's about 1.3 or 1.4 million for all other capital projects for Parks and Rec. So operations and maintenance, just wanted to highlight some of the larger changes that are in that category. Obviously, this is not a fully exhaustive list, but in our health insurance fund, we have some pretty significant estimated increases for claims costs. We've benefited pretty well here at the city with low claims costs. We're self-insured. We've been able to keep premiums relatively flat for, probably 5 years or more. I think there's some, that's not going to last forever, but I think our consultant last time estimated costs going up like 6.5% medical costs over the next year. So some of that's in there. You're also familiar with the $1 million grant we received for the, I don't know what it's called, the tree grant, but that's budgeted this 25 fiscal year. So, that'll get underway. That's $1 million in there that wasn't there the prior year. In public safety, we've seen large increases in property and liability insurance. There's also the contribution for the short-term holding facility, the second contribution, and then a recommendation to replace another section, I think it's 30 plus MDTs for the police department. Those are primarily the largest individual changes in O&M. I'll talk a little bit about property and liability insurance. I think I've got a slide in more detail there, but we've seen large increases in both property and liability insurance premiums here at the city over the past 3 or 4 years. And the way that we allocate those out, a portion of it gets allocated out based on FTEs, so it's generally pretty flat because that doesn't change a lot by department. And then, and that's it's either 40 or 60%, I don't remember which. Then the other 40 or 60% is allocated based on claims cost, a rolling 3-year average. So if you're a department who has high use of our liability insurance, you pay a larger portion. Consequently, if you don't use liability insurance, but perhaps you have a large number of employees, you may still pay a relatively large portion of our premium, but it's not going to vary from year to year. It's going to stay pretty flat. So when you see changes in property and liability insurance, primarily it's driven by the users either coming on to or falling off that rolling 3-year average. That's what drives that. Solid waste, we've got, again, property and liability insurance going up quite a bit, and then some vehicle repairs and maintenance costs as well. One thing you may see here is I think in solid waste and fire primarily, where we've got very expensive equipment that takes about 4 years now from the time we order it to the time it gets delivered, we're running equipment longer. And naturally, we have some higher operating costs in some of those areas. So I know talking to Chief Valdez, there's some desire to perhaps make some changes there just because the lead time on ordering is so significant relative to what it was a couple years ago. Additionally, large O&M changes in our storm sewer. And the South Tax Increment District has some large increases in anticipated development incentives. Again, you'll hear more about those as they come forward as well. Inflation impacts. This chart actually came from Public Works and just demonstrates the change in CPIU, the construction cost index, and materials cost index, which are both generally construction indices that they use to track costs over time. And so then bring forward rate recommendations that will help them maintain rates sufficient to keep doing the quantity of work that they've been doing. So you see, while CPIU has started to drop down, that's that middle line in there, not relative to material costs, and that's construction material costs, still up quite a bit. So, you'll see rate recommendations in that 6.5% area in order to help maintain that buying power that exists. Here's what I talked about in property and liability insurance. So 2019 actual costs up to 2025. You see it's gone up quite dramatically. That's consistent, I think, perhaps what you've experienced at your own house with property insurance. But, obviously we have a lot more property here, value to insure. We had a very significant hail claim, and then liability insurance also going up quite a bit. So when you take that and start allocating that back out to departments, that's where a lot of these increases are coming from. Well, that's where all of the increase is coming from. Okay, so personal services, next we'll go through each kind of cost category and just hit the highlights here on them. It's 24% of the budget, and which is $6.3 million higher than the prior year when we look at the city budget as a whole, which is about a 5.8% increase. In that, we're estimating some salary increases. We have some known salary increases. We currently have labor negotiations with the Teamsters going on. That is not settled. We have a contract currently, though, that is settled with fire and police unions. There is 16 additional FTE requests at a total cost of about $1.3 million, which is included in that $6.3 million. Those 16 FTE are here. Again, each department will go over them, I think, in more detail. Well, I know in more detail. And I just want to highlight a few here. The top 4 are related to the public safety mill levy. We delayed hiring them. They're in the city attorney's office. We delayed hiring them at the time of passage of that 2021 levy in order to wait for space. We don't have any space in the legal department. So with moving to the new city hall, we anticipate having the space to hire these positions. So that'll round out the public safety levy, those 4 positions. The police department's requesting 4 FTEs. That's 3 patrol officers and 1 CSO or community service officer. And then the fire department is requesting a fire protection engineer. This position, so those top 7 positions will be funded through growth in the general fund and public safety fund. Fire protection engineer is funded through essentially building permit fees developers pay for this review of their plan. Currently that's outsourced to a third party. They'd like to bring that in-house and cover those costs, the cost for the salary with that. So you'll hear more about that from the fire department. The library has 3 positions to expand book lockers or the book kiosks, and as well as some expanded programming. And then transit, again, you'll hear from library and transit tonight, so maybe I'll save the suspense or leave the suspense there for that. And then fleets, and add a mechanic to expand operations there. So budgeted revenues, again, charges for services make up that, I'll go back here, just make up the single individual largest revenue source at $159 million of the total 425. So what does that consist of? We have external charges and internal charges. So external charges are outside users, customers, those are parks and rec programs, airport landing fees, utilities, probably being the primary source there. And then internal charges are charges from internal departments to internal departments. Like I mentioned earlier, fleet, facilities, property and liability insurance. We pay that out of a fund and charge it back to those departments. Property tax revenue makes up the next largest section. We're estimating in this budget an increase in property tax values of 1%. And it's not a reappraisal year. That's pretty consistent with what we see in non-reappraisal years for the past decade. I'm going to say we typically see 1% on the low end of that, but the high end of that is like 1.3 or 1.5%. It's not significantly more. So just so you're aware, we've taken a 1% growth estimate in here. Then recommending levying the max mills that are authorized by the charter would generate real property revenue of about 64 million, personal property of 1.1. We also do receive some motor vehicle tax revenue from the county at 4 million, and then there's a small amount for marijuana excise tax. So that'll make up your total tax revenue amount. Those taxes are distributed to general fund, public safety fund, library, transit. Planning also gets some from the county. So there's a county planning mill that's within that as well. And then the marijuana excise tax goes to the public safety fund as well as the city hall construction fund. There's, well, right up there, 200,000 for city hall financing. So a little bit about the property tax mill levy. The budget's based on a recommendation of 208 mills, or 208.41. That's slightly up from the year prior. And if you recall, in the prior year, we were not at the cap in the general fund, library, or transit. We were recommending going to the cap this year in all three of those. General obligation bonds is going down. We had the final payment for streets GO bond. So now all we have outstanding is Dealer Park and the library. So those are the two that make up the GO bonds. Currently, the median home is $308,000. So in my future slides or in the budget book, if you see that, anything referencing the median home, that's it right now. We're estimating 1 mil will generate $272,000. That's up from about $269,000 right now. 1 mil will cost that median home $4.16 a year. So, I thought I had some. It must be later on the median home. My apologies. Intergovernmental revenue is just revenue from other governments. So here, that's the state or the federal government. So we get a fair amount from state entitlement share. Most of that goes into our general fund. We allocate it out to our property tax supported funds. So general fund, public safety, library, transit, and then there's a portion that goes to the streets as well. Gas tax, and then the EOC 911 is a fee that everybody pays on their cell phone bill, goes to the state and comes back to fund a portion of the 911 center. We also have intergovernmental revenue from the federal government. Major areas you'll see it: the airport, Met Transit, and then the water fund, getting some ARPA funds recognized here as the construction's happening. Additionally, the transportation alternative funds through the state, but from the federal government. With this budget, we're also recommending that the Parks Department be moved entirely out of the general fund into its own fund, a Parks and Rec fund. So it was last year we did not assess for Park District 1. The Parks and Rec Department has been funded over the past 4 years by a combination of general fund, a direct assessment from Park District 1, as well as fees and charges that they generate for rec programs, pool, and shelter rentals. So there's often been a question by council as well as the public saying, how much do we fund parks? Well, we kind of had to pull from a few areas. We could calculate it. It's not impossible, but it wasn't very quick and clear in the budget. Additionally, unspent Parks and Rec funds remained in the general fund. And then we built up some reserves, and they're available for anything. So for those two reasons, primarily we're recommending, hey, set up your own Parks and Rec fund like we have public safety. We'll track revenue, expenses in there. We'll know annually how much that general fund transfer is. It's clear in your budget. And then additionally, any unspent funds would be accumulated there and could be used for future parks projects or parks or recreation projects or programs. So that is included in this year's budget. So what I have here, it's maybe a little confusing, but I think really what I would point you to is focusing on that bottom number. So I'll walk through it for you, but to get a sense of if we had done this since 2022, what would that general fund support look like? What would that transfer have been? And in 22, it would have been 6.6 million. In 23, 7. 24, a little over 7. And in 25, it'd be close to 8 million. Now, that Stagecoach Trail match is in that 8 million as well. So the Stagecoach Trail match is 600,000, I think, 660 something, I believe. So that's included in there as well. So so if you had a sense of, well, what does that really mean, Andy, then I just wanted to put that up there for you. So when we look at the general fund, this is general fund and public safety combined. Where are we seeing new revenue? What are we seeing change? So tax revenue, we're estimating going up 1.1 million. This is a combination of two things. One, the increase in the value of a mill going up 1%. Three things. The other item, it is based upon the fact we didn't levy all 74 mills last year. We levied the full public safety mills, but we were 73.1 or 2, I believe, last year in the general fund. And then the other thing we're showing here is, or I'm showing here, is the comparison of budgeted revenue, which at the time the budget was adopted, we didn't have taxable value yet. That was an estimate based on, I believe, 20% growth. We actually saw 22% growth. And then right now I'm recommending a 1% growth. So I'm comparing two estimated numbers, but the 55 million in FY25 is 1% higher than our actual revenue will be. So that's what drives the increase in tax revenue. A reduction in charge for services. This is largely seen by the removal of Parks and Rec. So there's about $1.1 million in Parks and Rec charge for services that when we put that in its own separate fund, no longer represented here. We have a net decrease compared to the prior year. Intergovernmental revenue going up mostly due to state entitlement share. License and permits. I believe that's where we have our cable franchise fee. It's either there or charges for services, but we've been seeing a slow decline in that year over year, and that helps fund Community 7 or Channel 7, and then we use the rest in the general fund. And then transfers in is going up. Back in 2019 is that we purchased land directly south of the BOC with general fund dollars. The plan all along was once that we had debt on the BOC, once that was paid off, the departments that will ultimately use that land would reimburse the general fund. Well, that time has now come, and so that transfer represents a transfer in from streets, solid waste, and who else is out there? There's another one. Yeah, streets, solid waste. I don't know why I'm not thinking of something else. And fleet. Parks and Rec as well as PD are out there, but if they transferred money into the general fund, we'd just give it back to them. So, yeah, it's quite circular. So that's what makes up your changes. Your changes by expense here for department. So, city admin is up 207, and I think I've got in the general fund slide overview, I'll go over some of these more in detail because I don't have them all memorized. But you see them there. A couple of things I will highlight here. The non-departmental line includes the transfers from the general fund to the library as well as the transfer to parks. It also includes a reduction from the $3.6 million franchise fee payment. So we net all that out. That's where we get to the 293. And then here you see where we had Parks and Rec in the general fund last year, and there's nothing proposed this year. So that'll all be in its own Parks and Rec fund. So where does the primary source of your tax dollars go? Police and fire. I mean, that's what makes up our general fund public safety. The total $84 million. What's that, 72% there? That makes up the majority of that. And then add in legal and code enforcement. You have quite a bit of your general fund and public safety going to public safety. This slide I've shown you for the past few years just represents your general fund reserves and then budgeted revenue and expenses. Really, the blue column at the bottom is your total reserves. I don't know, that's purple line there in the middle is your recommended minimum. And then the lines up above are revenue and expense. And I think what I would take away from this is a couple things. One, we had large reserves. We used that primarily to acquire what is now a new city hall and build that out. We got rid of the franchise fee revenue. That's where you see revenues going down, expenses continue to go up. Passed public safety mill levies to replace that revenue, as well as add resources. And we have a balanced budget. Revenue and expenses have been trending for the past few years, very close. So I think that's a great thing. But we did use all of our reserves, and we have very little above that minimum. So just be conscientious of that as you move through this budget. My recommendation to you is if you want to see resources added or programs, people, whatever, added to the budget, we don't have reserves to do those things. So think about where you want to, move things around. That'd be, that's really, I think, what I'd take away from this. This is, okay, I wish I had the top there. This is the public safety, crime prevention funds. Thank you, Kevin. And on the left-hand side, I know the past few years there's been some questions about what have we used these funds for? Are they tracked separately? What are they going to? You name it. So the left-hand side must be 6, 5, 4, 23. Yeah, so we started with the beginning balance of $0. We started receiving some marijuana tax revenue. We also got the property tax revenue. It's 2 mills have been allocated to this, as well as some opioid settlement revenue to help fund the programs listed there. So I just want to be very clear for both council and the public. This is where the dollars came from and where they're going. Other revenue is mostly interest income. So that's what that is. The grant revenue in 24 at $129,361. That's one-time grant revenue. That's funding the crisis response units. It's some state of Montana money that they needed to use, and that program matched. What's new to council, to Chris, to everybody here, because I just found out on Thursday of last week, is the opioid revenue is up quite a bit this year. You'll note $243 million. There's some restrictions on what that can be used for.
243,000.
Sorry, yeah, my bad.
Shandy,
Yeah.
but
I
don't spend it yet.
forgot some zeros. No, I'm sorry. Thank you. Good catch. 243,000. That was to see if you were listening. And what happened there? We had 5, I think, distributors settle and make payments just last week. Those have been ongoing. I don't follow them that closely, but those lawsuits have been ongoing for quite a while. Walmart, Walgreens, they're all kind of fighting the courts and settling at different times and making their payments. So going into the future, I don't know. A lot of that stuff we received recently, last week, was back payment for the prior 3 years. So it's kind of, here's your catch up. And we'll probably see more than what I've projected there in future years, but I just don't have a sense of what that is at this point. But I'm confident the 243,000 is what we will receive this year. We may get some more that I'm just not expecting. But so the good news there, what I did project out was your short-term holding facility. I was unsure how fiscal year 26 was going to work into the mix based upon what we knew at the time. As you can see, I think it can work. So that's the good news, and not rely on additional unknown revenues. But I will highlight that opioid revenue really does have some restrictions on what it can be used for. Currently, because we've been collecting less than the crisis response units, that has never been a concern of mine. Those very squarely meet the definition of what we can use that for. But in 24, we're going to exceed those costs. So we'll need to do a little research to see how that works. I think we can probably just carry them over to the next year. Probably not a big issue, but that's the main takeaway here. But again, this slideshow is attached to the staff memo, so anybody, council, public, does have access to this. So typical residential costs for this FY25 budget. The first portion, top left there, are the property taxes. With the increase in, well, let me back up here. I'm showing a home up there that's valued at the same amount in 24 as it is in 25. So that's because it's not a reappraisal year. Most homes in Billings are not going to see a change in their value. So I'm fairly confident that that median home number is going to be what we know it is today. It'll be very close. So there's no change in value there. So the change in cost is related to the increased number of mills. When you net the increase from library and transit and general fund with the reduction in general obligation, $7.66. You've seen presentations from the storm, or from Public Works on the storm sewer. The recommendation is that that goes off of the property tax statement and onto the utility bill. So it does skew the comparison this year a little bit. Looks like there's a reduction in total taxes and assessments. And there actually is on the bill, but in reality, no, there's not, right? We're just moving it from one bill to another. So the total taxes and assessments is going down $38. But when you add that with what's being proposed, and I think you'll see some further refinement on that stormwater number as Public Works come forward, but that's the best ballpark they had at this time. You'd see an increase in the, can I get your printed book really quick? An increase in your total assessment, had it stayed on there. And I think I put that in the overview page. I don't know what it was. I had the dollar amount right there. Page 12 at the very bottom. So had you left storm sewer on your property tax bill, you'd have seen an increase in property taxes and assessments of $45.13 on that median home. So just want to make sure that that's very clear to everybody, that it looks like a decrease, and that's because of that shift. So, and then the monthly utility bill recommendation is an increase of $13.72 a month. So this budget, we obviously striving to further council priorities. The number one being improving the safety of Billings. Some additional FTE in police and fire and legal. That's where the majority of your public tax dollars go, or to fire and public safety, or sorry, fire and police and legal courts. We got some improvements to our core infrastructure, designing future road projects, as well as the West End Water project, which I think will probably be on there for a while. It's a big project. And then some investments in Parks and Rec as well. We do have some dollars going for updates in growth policy, the neighborhood plans, and then subdivision regulations still, as well as some funds going towards building a high-performance organization. One of the things that I didn't highlight, but it is in the budget, is $200,000 for the local government review, should that pass. So we are including that in the general fund. Okay, so couple things. I think as I mentioned earlier, we've got more work sessions coming up, and the full budget for the public is available online, billingsmt.gov/finance. The presentation I don't think is on there, but it's attached to the staff memo, so it can be found. I'll try to get it up online there as well. Council amendment process. So Budget and Finance Committee has gone over larger portions of this budget, but to be fair, not the entire thing. We were still working on finishing it up as recently as late last week, so they haven't seen everything. But one of the things we did talk about was the council amendment process. So similar to last few years, the recommendation is to have the forms that you fill out for the benefit of, one, yourself, two, your council members, and three, staff and the public, so that everybody's prepared to talk about it. You certainly don't have to do it. You can introduce a budget amendment during the budget hearing. In fact, you have to introduce that budget amendment during a budget hearing, whether it's written or not. But we've done this for the past couple of years. I think it's worked pretty well so that everyone's here prepared to discuss the item. No, people generally shouldn't be caught blindsided if that's filled out. So today, you should have received an email from, I think it probably looked like it came from me, but it was, Microsoft OneDrive or whatever. That was a link to your individual pages. You can edit them. I also sent one to a link to the folder that you and then the public will be able to see. They'll be able to view those. They won't be able to edit those. So you should only be able to edit your own, but you can view other council members. So just be aware. They're public. I think anybody with a city email address can access it right now. So don't put it in there until you're ready for it to be public. Do we have any more budget and finance committee meetings coming up on this? I think we have one in the 15th of May. So we'll be talking about this as well. I don't know. I think that's it. I'll probably turn it to Chris, the mayor, budget and finance committee, whomever. But like I said, we're here to talk about it. One last thing, Mayor. As in years past, you'll ask me questions, you'll find mistakes, we'll find changes that, like if you haven't asked me questions I don't know the answer to, I'm going to try my best to note them. And in the weekly email from Chris or weekly admin report, we'll have answers in there. So as we're getting them, they'll be in there and we'll just keep adding to it. So they should stay there the whole next 8 weeks or however long this takes. So just, if you ask me a question I don't know, I truly will do my best to get you an answer that week in that weekly. So.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Chris, I'll turn it to you, see if you had any follow-up. Then council, we want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to ask Andy questions. This is a marathon, not a sprint, so don't feel like everything has to be answered tonight. We'll have, Andy's not going anywhere, I hope, so we'll have other opportunities, but I'll just start with the question. Maybe we can go down here and just try one question, and then we'll keep going around as long as we need to. But Chris, before we jump into questions, did you have anything?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I'll keep my comments brief, but just to add to a big thank you to Andy and his team and the department directors in each department who have put this together. This process starts essentially in late January. And we're kind of always in this process. I think for some context, some data that we pulled together that we'll be able to use in our final budget adoption is relative to housing units. So over the past 10 years, inside the city limits of Billings, we've added 7,011 housing units. So just over the past 5 years, it's almost exactly half of that, about 3,500. There's a bit of a pickup in pace last year because in 2023 we added 1,122 housing units. So though in the business community, I often say in this field that people look at low single-digit growth in their business as they want to see a double-digit growth, and that 1 or 2 or 3% is very modest. In local government, I think when you just do the math on whether each of those housing units ends up with 2.1 residences, we're talking about an addition of about 15,000 citizens to our community. Just in the past year, a little over 2,200 new residents, all of which who are using services and driving on roads and utilizing things. So just some context there that we'll add that to our overall budget message, but some work that the building department has been tracking and we're able to get to us. But with that, I will turn it over to you, Mayor, for us to dive into before getting department by department into what we'll present tonight.
Great, thanks. Was there anything in the way of an organized comment by the budget committee? Obviously, individual budget members can, so no. No? Okay. Okay, well, let's get started. I'll just start us off, and if you can go this way, kind of the big picture here, Andy. Taxes, actual taxes, down about $38 for the median value home. Stormwater assessment, of course, has been removed from the tax bill. is still a real cost. If you add that back in, it's a net increase of about $45 per year for that median value home. But the $13 times 12 would be $168 minus 38, be 122 something total increase. And I guess the difference between that $45 increase and the $122 or something must be other utility increases. Just trying to get the big picture. Is that correct?
Sure, yep. So up there, we've got the water fund recommended rates for your average home up $4, wastewater $1.80, garbage, solid waste at 60 cents, and then the stormwater fee at $7.
Okay, very good. Just simple, big picture stuff. Councilmember Kennedy? Councilmember Aspenlider? Councilmember Tidswell? Okay.
Down 1,000 today.
I thought we had a royal straight going.
So Andy, you said there were three reasons why the taxes went up. One was we were going to go the full mills. One is the mill levy went up. But when I look, when people say, well, on Sunday I go for a ride and people say, well, look at all the new housing. Is there a way to say this year, because of all these new houses, X amount of dollars is generated by all these people, so that the people out here know that these people are actually paying taxes?
Sure. So every year in August, we receive certified value from the Department of Revenue, and on that form, they give us, here's total city value, and then what portion of that is related to new construction. I don't think it's an exact science. There's obviously some estimation that goes in there, but we do know on an annual basis what percentage of our growth is a result of just inflation growth in value that exists, and then what's a result of new construction. I don't know what that is. At this point, we won't know that until the first week in August when we receive it from the DOR.
The only piece I would add to that, if you'd add, Andy, is the timing. Like I just said, 1,122 housing units received occupancy permits, this past 12 months. But my experience is we're about 18 months away from actually seeing those dollars come through Department of Revenue for the tax system. So we were building in round numbers 500 housing units in 20, 521, 522, and we saw a doubling of that in 23. I would expect maybe in about two budget cycles from now, we should see a jump of that.
Okay, Councilmember Barupsis?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Andy, first off, thank you for putting those revenue assumptions. I find them very useful, and hopefully 10 years from now, some other nerd sitting around looking at old budgets will say, oh, this is how we calculated this, because all those assumptions are in there. So thank you, those three numbers. I found that very helpful. I just wanted to ask about, I think the move to the Parks Fund is a good move. And one of the benefits of that is supposed to be transparency, but on this slide, we're now showing the expenses, park expenses, as zero. Not this particular slide, but the one with the general fund and public safety. What help me understand why we have a general fund transfer for police and fire, and we show all those expenses here, but we're not going to do the same for parks.
Sure. So I can add that in if we want to. That's not a challenge. Why? Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. Why I didn't follow the same process here. I primarily want to demonstrate we're doing something different than we have in the past, but right. we certainly would want to think about it in a very similar nature as we do the public safety fund, because other than the fact that it doesn't have its own dedicated mill levy, it functions in a similar way. Its primary revenue source is the general fund. Well, I guess the public safety fund has its own mill levy, but receives a significant portion from there. So it's gonna function in a very similar way. So as growth happens, that's what we can live and die with in those funds. So I think there's a good argument to make it similar here.
Others might feel differently, but I think it would be helpful to show the entire general fund contribution there for parks instead of zero. And I think probably even FY24, that would probably be more like, what is it, 8 $8 million or so because we had the PD1 transfer last year plus the general fund subsidy. So just so we're comparing apples to apples there.
Yep. Yeah, so this year attempted to do that. The
Right.
24 column has that general fund transfer of 3.8 million, which was to replace the Park District 1 special assessment from prior years. You see there's 5.5 million in dedicated Parks and Rec revenue, including that transfer, but we had 10.5 million in expense. So that difference was made up of PD1 reserves as well as general fund. And that's where I arrived at the 7.1 million amount, but got it.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Shaw. Councilmember Gulick.
Just thought a little bit further in terms of Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. I guess I would just say that, we may come up with some recommendations we haven't yet because we want to see the whole budget in context for things. So stay tuned. We have seen some presentations from where staff there's a couple different routes they can get to the end goal. One is with more FTEs and fewer hired contractors. Those are things that we might be considering, for instance. But this isn't a question, so I will yield.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Denise.
Thank you, Mayor. Some of the questions I had were same along the lines of Tom's, so I appreciate you handling that. The only thing I would suggest is I do like to see the parks separate and the general fund separate, so maybe it would just be subtotal and not so much in the middle, just keep it separate, but towards the bottom and then total them all up so we can kind of, because I think the idea, at least my idea is we want to track that separately and then eventually try to move that out into a separate mill levy, reducing some of the other things. But anyway, so that's be one way to do it. And Mayor, I did the same math you were looking at, and it's overall the budget increase is 5.839%, including both the budgetary items and all that and the utilities with the shift isn't combined. So that's what the overall increase is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rowan.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, just a couple of questions. You did settle, if I remember correctly, that there will not be new FTE in the planning department at this time?
The proposed budget does not include any recommended FTE in the planning department.
There is an error in the budget then. You may just want to take a
Is
look
it
at
in
that
the
chart.
overview?
No, it's in the FTE table, in the planning department.
Oh, yeah, I think in the planning overview, I think it was still included in there. They had requested one.
Yeah.
Yep, so they had requested one, as well as a few other departments had requested some staff and additional staff. And this is what's in there for dollars as well as being recommended, so.
We had discussed at Budget Committee
Yeah.
that if they could offset it, perhaps it would make sense. And so I didn't know if you guys had settled on including it with some offsets and contracting revenue, or if it's still no new FTE.
So presently, we haven't had time to discuss that, so that may be forthcoming, but at this point, it's not in there.
Okay, and then my next question is, the 4 new positions in legal are represented as being backfilling positions funded through the public safety mill levy, but they're listed from the fund as general fund dollars. So help me understand.
Yep, so the legal department is funded out of the general fund, and our public safety fund in 25, I think, has a $21 million transfer from the general fund into the public safety fund. So the public safety levy added resources specific to public safety fund, as well as code enforcement and legal and court. So practically speaking, what that did was it just reduced slightly that transfer from the general fund to the public safety fund. So all that money goes into the public safety fund and is used for police and fire, but reduced that general fund contribution amount. So legal still exists in the general fund, but we were able to fund these positions through a reduction in that transfer. Does that make sense? Okay.
Kind of, yeah. So just to be clear, these are still funded with the dollars specifically from the 2021 mill levy, but they are left in the general fund in terms of the bucket that they are in.
These are funded with 2021 public safety mill levy dollars. The expense occurs in the general fund. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you, Director Zeller, for your hard work. And Thank you a lot. It's very good. I have a kind of in the weeds question. So I wanted to talk about intergovernmental and the entitlement, state entitlement share that comes into our budget. And you have a slide that shows that share is 18 million. So I just wanted, and in your budget overview, you commented that the state entitlement share hasn't really increased. It's been pretty flatline. And I tried to look that up, but I really wasn't quite sure what elements go into how the state formulates what that entitlement share is. And I'm not going to ask you that question because I couldn't figure it out. I don't expect you to know either. But what I wanted to ask is, how do you, so the state entitlement share is that $18 million. So what percentage of our general fund is that 18 million? It's got to be very small.
What percentage of that goes into the general fund?
No, of the 18 million, does that all go into the general fund? I guess that should be my question.
Sure. It does not all go into the general fund, and I don't have, my computer, of course, locked me out, and I'll have to go through a whole dance to get it to open, but I'll send you the breakdown. But
Sure.
Primarily goes to general fund and public safety fund. Then it would, next, I think, would probably be Met Transit or our street department, and then library. That's where it's gone since we started getting it in 2001.
So this is my second question. How do you determine that? On what basis do you determine where those state entitlement share funds go? So,
Yep.
because I'm looking at our budget, police and fire make up 72% of our general fund expenses. And if the state entitlement goes into the general fund, so I'm trying to get a little bigger picture idea of how much we actually spend on public safety from our general fund. And if that number is included in the police and fire in our general fund breakdown like you have on page 10 or your slide, the big pie.
Okay.
The big pie, if that's included in that, because I'm trying to kind of arrive at what we actually spend on public safety from our budget.
Okay.
So I don't always get that feel from looking because of the various ways that public safety is funded and because of the transfers, I don't really get that big picture. So I'd like to know exactly what that is. And, you know, maybe a percentage of our overall general fund and maybe a percentage of our total fund, our total budget. Is that possible?
Okay, I think so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think a couple questions in there, and one of them is the allocation of our state entitlement share.
Sure.
So that started in 2001. I'll send you links to it, but Montana Association of Counties, MACO, has a really good kind of description. It's long if you have time to kind of describe how it came to be, why it is what it is. It grows at a maximum of 3.2 to 5. I don't remember. There's a statutory max that it can grow every year. So we are getting the max growth this year at 3.5%, but you've seen what inflation has done over the past, and it's never exceeded that. So that's the other thing on the growth. With respect to public safety and how much of our general fund goes into public safety, it's FY25, the recommendation is $21 million from our general fund will go into the public safety fund. I will get you some more information on that based upon what I think I heard you say. But up here, when we combine the general fund and public safety together, you see police is at 32 million of the 84 million total expenses. Police is at 32, fire at 27. You want to add in courts and legal as well, potentially code enforcement, and you know you're getting that. Well, that's where the pie chart comes from. Yeah, so it's got to be over 70%, I think. But yeah, oh sorry. So I'll send an email with some more context on state entitlement share as well as public safety funding for you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Absalon?
Andy, just to kind of build off of Councilwoman Joy's question, if you could, in that breakdown of our state entitlement, that 18 million, could you just break down the amounts that go to each department or how that 18 million breaks down and where it goes inside, just so we have numbers associated with where those dollars go.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, as a way of context, and I don't know how they settled on that allocation back in 2002, they being city council at that time, city administration, and whoever else. My understanding is they settled on the allocation methodology at that time based upon the tax revenue that was going away. So we were collecting tax revenues at the city, using them for presumably our mill levy funds as well as the street department. And at that time, the state took it over and then and passes it back out. That's the brief version of state entitlement share. The city chose whatever that proportionate allocation is. We have maintained that every year until last year when we took some of it to help fund the new city hall. So that's how we've arrived at that allocation based on how they came to it in 2002 or 1. And we followed that same allocation methodology. So, but I will send that to you.
Thank you, Andy. We'll keep going. I'm going to pass it to Councilmember Kennedy, but just I'm going to ask one quick question. Remind us what we're adding to our ending fund balance here. Those are our reserves. You've been very clear you want to see that grow because we're kind of at the cusp. You've established a target of at least $400,000, $500,000 to add to our savings. We're not using savings. We're actually adding a little bit of savings. What's that number under current projections?
Yeah, so right now, I think it's less than $10,000 as we, oh no, I think I'm showing using, to double check, but it is showing using reserves right now of 200,000, but I feel like that might be skewed by the transfer to parks.
Okay, we'll come back to that because
Yeah.
that'll be an important question at some point. Councilmember Kennedy?
Andy, if you go back to the big bill in 2002, that was when the League of Cities and Towns and MACO all came together. Those dollars, and people look at it as entitlement dollars, they're dollars that we collected, both the cities and the counties, for many, many years. We gave up those dollars to go to the state of Montana. In return, they had to guarantee us that we would have a certain percentage coming back. And so what the city council and the counties did at that time is those dollars came back to general fund. And whatever happened when they got to first entitlement was whatever the council decided. There isn't a specific formula or anything where these dollars came from. They are dollars that we were previously collecting and the state took them back, and it was a deal because what was happening is both the city and the counties were experiencing more expenses for. We gave up the courts at that time. We gave up the mental health at that time. We gave up the welfare at that time. All of that came, and those were dollars we were collecting. So when we sent them to the state, because it was eating our lunch, they decided that we would come with a figure. Now, that figure has not always been the same, and it can be changed from legislative session to legislative session. And I shouldn't say that out loud, but that's one thing about our entitlement that we need to watch to make sure we're getting our fair share back. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Anything else, council, before we move on to item number 2? Councilmember Rowan?
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, I just had another question that something in here caught my attention. Could you go back? I think it's slide 11, that is the personal services slide.
Yes.
Can you go through one more time what's in that 6.3 million?
So that includes known cost increases for the police and fire union. Those have already been signed agreements. It includes estimated increases for non-bargaining as well as Teamsters. And it includes the 16 additional FTE.
So the public works summary says there's no assumption for the Teamsters included. So can you just get us an answer on which is which? Or am I misreading something?
I don't know. I'll check with Public Works.
I'm looking at page 160.
Okay.
Because otherwise, if I'm understanding correctly, we have about 1,000 employees. That's like a $5,000 per employee increase without Teamsters, which is a significant portion of the employee pool. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around what's driving that.
What's driving the overall increase?
Correct.
Is that it?
At that magnitude, if we're not including Teamsters in here.
Yeah, I suspect it's a misstatement, but I will confirm with Public Works and get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Kennedy?
Just a follow-up on Councilwoman Owens, the $6.3 million increase, does that also have the $3.1 million increase in personnel service COLA?
It includes all cost of living increases, known and estimated, yes.
Okay, and we haven't decided that yet, but you put it in.
Sure, we are budgeting for it, yeah.
Okay.
Yep, and nothing has been decided except for police and fire. Those are only settled contracts.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, council, thank you very much. I suggest we go to public comment on this item, and then we'll move on to item number 2, specific presentations by those departments that are listed. Is there any public comment on item number 1, this overview of the budget at this time? Any public comment on that item? No one's coming forward. No one's coming forward. We'll close our public comment period, move on to item number 2. Here again, we've got the 4 bullets. I think aviation and transit may be 2 presentations, and then general fund administration, that includes 5 different kind of subdivisions or categories. Chris, do you have anything before we just turn this over to our judge in Britannia?
Nope, we'll
Okay.
turn it immediately over to the judge and go from there.
Judge, welcome.
Good evening. Are you going to, council and mayor, are you going to? All righty. So I'm going to keep it pretty brief. Again, every year, I try to keep it brief. Clicker. Yeah. Oh, which one do I have to hit? Forward? It's not going. This is why I have staff that does that. There we go. All righty. So as you all know, that the jurisdiction is misdemeanors, code violations, and we have the treatment courts. There's 3 of them. The drug court, DUI, co-occurring courts. There's 19 full-time employees and 3 grant-funded employees. So over the this year, we've filed over 12,000 court filings, adjudicated. This is the great stuff that I have to say. We got our 2nd judge. I'm so excited. I say that every time. She's doing a great job. We had the court study to help facilitate getting our 2nd judge. That was a great study that came up with some great ideas. We're already starting to implement. Of the 15 areas of suggestions, there's several suggestions within those areas. We've already implemented, like I said the last time I talked to you guys, several of those things within those areas, and even more since I've talked to you. We've had over 24,000 hearings scheduled. So this is fiscal challenges. Obviously, we're working on, and several council have been working very hard on this arraignment court. That's one of the fiscal challenges. Because I know as we've talked, there's different employees that we would, to make this run smoothly, we would need 1 more employee. We requested that, but staff did not recommend such. So we're going to see how that happens if it's implemented, if we can get that additional staff. Technology, obviously, is a huge issue. The technology, as we've discussed, and this came out of the challenges in the study as well, that our technology doesn't talk to the cities and the police department and justice court and all the courts, and that's kind of one of the issues that we're trying to figure out. Failures to appear, huge issue. High percentage of failures to appear. We are working on that. That actually was identified in the study as well. There's 44% of failures to appear. We've already started working on that. We've got a master order that we've done, so individuals can know every court date they're supposed to be at. If they're not there, then at the end, They're going to have a trial in their absence, but they've had every opportunity to be present. As soon as they're arraigned, they are told exactly what their court dates are. And vacancies, of course. We've filled recently, we filled 2, we have 2 open. And it's just really hard in general to get people to apply. It's hard to get qualified individuals, and so that is a huge challenge. So we're going to go back to the study. Here's what we've implemented: the second judicial judge, court processes. We've added 5 different court dates, additional court dates. Failures to appear, like I said, we've already started working on those. It's a huge issue, costs a lot to the city. Still water security, we've already, discussed that with staff. We've implemented some things we've worked around. Protective orders, that was part of the study, said basically that we need to review those more often. Well, we would try to review them within 2 days, but they said 24 hours, so we've been doing that. The mental health, that was an issue, obviously. Mental health is a big issue. What we've done, we still have the treatment court, the co-occurring treatment court, but we also have what I've been trying to do with the study. Like I said, lots of things and lots of suggestions and that we've taken from the study. But what I've done is if people have had services for mental health and they've lost their services or they've lost contact, a lot of individuals lose contact, I suggest I'll assess a fine, but I say, if you actually go connect with your mental health again, I will waive that fine for you to hopefully get people more engaged with their mental health. Obviously in process, the court technology, we're working on that. That's difficult. That's going to be a difficult one. And I know that they suggested to have a committee get together and discuss that, what direction we should take. It's going to be very expensive. Like I said, we're working on trying to figure out how we're going to implement this, but it's going to be a huge cost. Obviously, the jail overcrowding, lots of meetings, again, lots of council or some council members have been very involved in helping with the overcrowding and different ideas of how to help with that. We've started looking and reviewing sentences when they've served 75% of their sentence. I review them to see, okay, can they get out for good time? So that helps with the overcrowding. Cases without insurance, driving without insurance, that was a huge number that the study had pinpointed, and we're working on that. I mean, will the statutes allow certain things that we're looking at, and we're working very closely with the city on that. Failures to comply, again, revocations, lots of revocations. People are not abiding by their sentences, so we're coming up with some ideas. Those were huge numbers, huge constantly in and out of the court, failures to appear. So we're working on some stuff that actually Britannia and I and Judge Heller actually talked about today. Capacity, still continuing to prove. Justice partners, like I said, these are individuals we have to work with other partners, and that's been a big suggestion with the report. So to the budget, our budget we're estimated to come in 12% under, and there's been an increase. This is going to be a 22% increase, which is personnel, which is, again, the second judge, the judge's assistant, and a clerk. Decrease in the operations, that is something that Andy needs to explain, because it has something to do with the study. Money was put into our budget, and then it was paid out, and then so it reduced our operating. I don't know how to answer that besides that, so if you guys have any more questions, you could talk to Andy, please, if you wouldn't mind, Andy, on that one, if they do have questions on it. So there is, our budget is going to be $2,119,000. It is up from last year. And again, it's personnel, new judge, and that did come from the mill safety. Then we have grant funding. So things that we're going to ask for every year since 2011, I do pride myself in not asking for money from the council. I have to ask this year. We have to ask for money for moving to the new facility, for shelving and furniture. So we're going to ask $20,000 for moving, $12,000 for furniture, and $27,000 for shelving for the new city hall, because we have to take all of our, sorry, I went too far. We have to take all of our files and everything that we have here. We have to keep them a certain amount of time. So there's going to be a lot of transfer of things and then actually fitting them in to where they are when we move. Cases filed. This year, bench trials, not filed, but bench trials, we've had 458. And jury trials, as you can see, 115. Arrest warrants, 420. Bench warrants, 6,000. You guys can read this. Orders of protection. Some of these things are up. Hearings are up. Filings are down. So we've been pretty busy. And I attribute that to having the second judge, because we're having more hearings, more court. We're able to do that. As you can see, now I'm at treatment court, just to show some of our graduates of recidivism. And I think it was Councilman Neese, I think you asked about recidivism last year. And so there's our recidivism that we have, our national average of recidivism. We're right at co-occurring about 18, national average is 18%. Our co-occurring is at 18%, and which is really impressive. I'm impressed about is our DUI is only 4% when the national average is 18. And then the drug court is at 14, so it's a little less. That's it. Any questions?
Very good. Why don't we start here? Councilor Rasmussen.
Thanks, Mayor. Judge Kohler, I appreciate the brief summary and keeping a pretty austere budget. I had a more direct question for you about judge salaries. And I know this is one thing, I guess, that's on my mind as we look going into the future and we look at what we've got to do to keep good judges and keep them on the bench. Can you explain to me if the municipal court judges are indexed like district court judges are, or how? I guess my first question is are the district court judges indexed differently than the municipal court judges, or are you indexed at all?
So district court judges, our salary is set by the legislature, and ours is based off of the district court. We get 90% of what district court does. And when we restructured the salary, and we did have, I don't know how long ago it was January, I can't remember, but there was discussion that what we did is we did get rid of the step for, like, the new judge was going to make 80% of what the district court, we just put us at 90. I know I argued for more, and council didn't think that was needed. And so we're 90% of the district court judges, and the county attorney is 100% of the district court judges. Our city attorneys, I'm not sure where they're at. They're not based off of that, but they're based off of just, so their salaries are, I mean, you'd have to, I don't know if Andy can tell you, I knew that what their salaries were at once, but I'm, as a head of department, I'm not sure what Gina makes. But I kind of compare what we make as opposed to what our city attorneys make as well. And I think it's a discrepancy, but that's something we've discussed, and one day I wouldn't mind addressing it again, but I don't know if this is the day to do it.
No, I appreciate that, and I guess I'll just make a general comment for us to consider, and I don't know if we consider it in this, I'm proposing to address it in this budget, but I think certainly as we look into fiscal 26, I think it's something that we need to look at, whether municipal court judges should be at that 90% of district court level, or if we should maintain pace with district court. And again, I say that solely because I think we do need to, as a growing community in the biggest city in Billings, or biggest city in the state, we need to keep an eye on and forward-looking about judge retention and attracting judges as judges cycle out. And, you know, that is not on pace with the private sector. So getting people compensated at least relatively decently for the sacrifice they're making for public service, I think is something that we need to consider at some point. I don't know that I'm proposing it to do it in this budget, but I think it's something that we need to keep an eye on as we head into 26.
Thank you very much. Go back this way, Councilmember Kennedy.
This is a question for Chris. Chris, when the judge spoke about moving costs, moving furniture, shelving, isn't that all put in the budget that for the building of the building and moving everybody?
Councilmember Kennedy, I'm going to actually ask Kevin to help just because he's much closer to what we did budget for moving, but we've had some realities of files and paper that we hope to have had digitized, but there's some changes relative to where we were, hoped to be a year ago from where we actually sit today, so.
So Councilmember Kennedy, we've got about $500,000 in the budget for moving expenses, and that's for all departments moving over there. We'd have put together a moving committee, and an inventory sheet went out to all the departments. That's due at the end of, towards the end of this month, so we can get a better idea how much of those costs of that $500,000 will be needed to move those things. But like City Administrator Kukulski alluded, it's going to be the records. That's the big bulk of what are we going to do with them, where are we going to put them. We aren't as far along as digitizing. We could spend all that and only get less than half of the police department records digitized with that amount of money. So it will end up costing us probably more than $500,000 to move. So we are going to shift some of that more than likely to the departments, but we're going to try to stretch that as far as we can. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, so when will you let us know how much more is needed to move the judge and everyone else?
As soon as we get those inventory sheets back and get a good idea of what needs to be moved over there to the new facility, I've got Director Wolcher working with me on that and in contact, he'll be in contact with moving companies to kind of get a ballpark idea in the next 30, 60 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just keep going this way. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you. I wanted to ask about your FY24. You were under budget by 12%, and then you're looking, and I was kind of wondering about that. Is that created from vacancy savings? Why did you come under budget by 12%? Thank you.
Part of that, yes. And then now this year, of course, we have new judge, more employees.
Can I have a follow-up?
Okay.
Thank you. I just have a little bit of a follow-up. When you have this 12% vacancy, how much impact does that have on, I know you don't have this as a percentage, but just a feel for how does that impact your efficiency when you have those vacancies? How's that impacting your efficiency as a court?
It impacts us because we're short-staffed, and then we're ended up paying, we're pushing other staff. We need to be up full speed and not have the vacancies so it does affect us.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rowan?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple questions for the judge, mostly on your identified fiscal challenges.
Yes.
I am pleased to see you highlight technology issues because they are massive. And I would just flag for the legislative committee that I believe there are multiple legislators looking at proposals to address this. So I would hope that we as a community could be supportive of those, if not advancing our own legislation to get them resolved. They are a very unnecessary barrier to real progress. So I think that should be a legislative priority for us heading into the 25 session. I wanted to ask about the arraignment court because you said you don't have people in here, but I want to understand your assumptions as to what kind of people you would need.
Okay, so as we've talked, you and I have had this conversation. What I need is one full-time person that can work the arraignment court because we've gone digital. And so they're gonna have to pull the file. We're digital, they won't be digital probably, and we've gone the, digital docket. So they're gonna have to pull the files, prepare for that, go over and sit in court, offer the court times and dates. Then they have to come back, work those files, enter the stuff, the digital dockets, which is really important. Basically, we have really done some great advancements with digitizing, because when we moved to the other building, and of course I kicked and screamed, and Britannia got me up to speed, but the digital docket is amazing. I love it because because when we're gonna be over at the new place, our clerk's office is, not close to the courtrooms. And so we used to just like here, we just run files back and forth. We can't be doing that. And so the digital docket transfers to the front when somebody's signing up for their programs and stuff. So for the arraignment court, it would be very necessary if we do have the arraignment court that one, because right now, we already pay 15 to 20 hours of overtime. And if we end up not having, and just using our staff that we have, we're gonna have burnout already. We have vacations. People, they need to take the time off anyway, and we have people sick here and there, so we would be short.
So I should have been more specific in how I framed my question. I'm trying to understand what you're anticipating for the volume of impact, because for council members who may not have followed this conversation, the proposal that's being circulated around is a multi-jurisdictional arraignment court that is focused on new felony arrests that are occupying a bed at YCDF and have matters pending in other jurisdictions. So when that new felony is arraigned, we resolve whatever else is outstanding failures to appear, warrants, and all of that. So given that we're not talking every arraignment, I'm trying to get a sense, Judge, of how much you're anticipating, how many cases on a daily, because this is a daily court, 24 hours cycle,
Right.
except for weekends. How many cases do you think you're going to see every day that end up in that arraignment court, where it's a new felony arrest with outstanding BMC warrants? Is that 5 a day, 10 a day?
Oh, I think it's gonna be more than that. I mean, when I just think of, and mind you, we're having jail every day anyway. We're
know.
still gonna have jail every day, but
So you'll have your arraignments.
we'll have our arraignments. But those individuals, I'd say, I'm kind of guessing, but I see felons and misdemeanants probably, I don't know, 10 plus,
You think about 10 cases a day?
possibly.
And that warrants a full FTE or a half FTE?
I think it would warrant a full, because they have to prepare for court, you have to pull all those files, you have to take those over, you have to enter the digital docket. But to actually get a really good number for you, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep track of it on the bench and do a little slash
That
thing
would be
for you,
amazing.
okay?
That would be great.
That's what I'll do. 'Cause then-
I think there's going to be a request that multiple courts do that, so we can get a sense of volume.
so
So
I'll
thank you for
I'll start
volunteering.
doing that.
I really appreciate that, Judge. Thank you. And then my last question, Mayor, is now that we have our second judge on board, how are you all sorting your treatment courts? Are you keeping them all? Will they be transferred at some point?
I'm keeping them all right
Okay.
now until we get the move done, get her comfortable with what she's doing with the schedule, and then we've actually talked about maybe transferring one
Okay.
to her potentially.
So not starting a fourth or a fifth new
No.
court, but just sharing the load?
Share, because we still have to, we're not funded but for grants. and we
Right,
have to
that's my
write those
concern.
grants, so.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Denise?
But let me pause on that. But I'm
Sure.
open. If Judge Heller wants to do it, she can do whatever. If she wants to write another grant or whatever. I mean, so it's open if there's something else that,
No, Judge, my only question was to coordination. I just want to make sure we aren't internally competing against each other for funds. So as long as the two of you have a plan.
yes.
Yeah.
Very good. Councilmember Denise?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, thanks for including some of those stats in the presentation. It's great to see that the drug court's working, so thank you very much. No other questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Gillick?
Well, I again want to thank everyone involved in us doing the court efficiency study and your efforts in starting to implement those and highlighting challenges that keep you from implementing other pieces. I guess I have just a comment that's rather than a question, and it is again to, if we have $100,000 to add to, or $300,000, or I'm not sure what the number is actually, that we can add to additional ways of improving public safety in our community. I just want to make sure that we're getting the most done with it as possible, and it seems like some of it might be, in the municipal court. So just keep that in mind as we're going through. We just want to get the most bang for a buck, basically, to say it sort of crassly. Just thinking about that, I guess, as we go through this process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Shaw?
Just a quick comment that, Judge, it would be great if we could get perhaps you or Judge Heller to the legislative committee just so we can understand the technology issues a little bit more and figure out how we can advocate for them. Or if you have someone else you want to send, that's totally fine.
I know, but I got to be very careful
just so we can be
about-
educated a little bit.
Some judges like to go to the legislature. Actually, we just got back from our training. You got to be very careful about going to the legislature and being part of some of that stuff. It's the judicial canons that we're really, so I got to be very careful. But yes, we'll give you suggestions.
Okay,
Britannia's
perfect. You don't have to go to the we'll go to the legislature, but we just
Right.
need the education. So
Right.
I'll just be in touch with you and we'll
Well, and in
try and
that
get that on
note
the
too,
books.
with what this came out of the study, as well as when we were trying to do the arraignment court, and the reason for the arraignment court is to try to get everybody to being able to talk. I think people on the arraignment court committee probably have great insight as well.
That would be perfect. I'll send you an email and.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
good. Thank you. Councilmember Ripsis, Councilmember Boyette, Councilmember Tidswell. So we started here. I think we're done. Councilmember Judge.
That's okay.
Judge, thank you. Thank you, your staff. Appreciate it.
All right, well, thank you so much, everybody. Really appreciate the hard work that you guys are doing.
Thank you very much. Next item up then is the library, so we'll turn it over to Gavin.
Good.
I think so.
Mayor, you ready?
I'm ready if you are.
I am, sir. So before I start my presentation, just a couple things here. The May 20th is the deadline for the inventory list from the other department heads or the moving committee. The next meeting, May 15th. So the May 20th inventory is just furniture. May 15th meeting, they'll get directions on how to do the files to linear feet so that we can look at shelving, things of that nature as well. So hopefully in the next 60 days, we'll have a lot more information.
Thank you. And Gavin, I'll just remind the council, we're at page 104. Your budget book is where the library materials are. So
Excellent. So good evening, Mayor and Council. It's good to be back. Last year, we didn't have to stand before you, so it's kind of nice to tell our story again. You know, before I begin, it's always a pleasure to say thank you to my staff for the presentation you're about to see. We have completely overhauled it, so for those of you that have heard this before, it's going to be a new look, new strategy. Maybe. Thank you. So we are looking at.
Libraries are not in the budget, Gavin. If you,
This is the city clerks.
yeah.
I brought my own. We are looking this year at a revenue estimation of about $5.1 million. The largest change to that is the projected city county taxes that have come in. It's always good to kind of think, be reminded during this time that the Billings Public Library is a city county library. We get dedicated mills from the county, we get dedicated mills from the city. Those come from the interlocal agreement that was created in 2005, amended in 2013. As we look from the revenue to the expenditures, you can see here that 7% is library materials, about 33% O&M, the rest is personal services. Majority of our O&M increases stem from the city cost allocation, interdepartmental charges, and uncontrollable costs such as insurance. We are looking at a fund balance of about $5 million total. When you look at our projected revenues and our expenditures, you will see for the first time that we are upside down in our budget. Now, this was very intentional when we did this. It is about to the negative of about $37,000. This includes projects like our Lutron lighting system that we are looking at, our cafe curtain. the big security gate that goes across is about $20,000 fix. Staff office furniture, landscaping, and then the new data for our patrons for the database there. Now, when we estimated this, we got our revenue estimation, so we looked at it globally. We put round numbers in there. That doesn't mean that the numbers are actually going to be perfect. I don't anticipate it to be more than, but as you can see, at the end of the day, we do have an unobligated available cash of just north of $3 million. This year also, we saw that we celebrated 10 years of operating this facility. Thank you for some of you that attended the event. So what I'm looking at here is the top numbers are this last year, bottom numbers kind of put in perspective of the over 10 years. Do keep in mind that for about 22 months of those, we were operating under COVID, either completely closed, acting as a daycare, or in different hours of operation. But we had about 250,000 people visit us, about 3 million, over 3 million during that 10-year span. Offered about 850 programs this last year, over 10,000 over that, almost 11,000 over that 10-year span. And we are checking out about 673,000 physical items a year, which put it at about 7.3 million physical items over that 10-year span. Continuing on with our community impact, looking at kind of the technology or digital resources, this last year, almost 390,000 different downloads for all the databases that we offer. That's just growing more and more every year. That's becoming much more popular. And our outreach, over 1,000 different locations between our bookmobile, our senior outreach, and our bike library. So keep in mind also that the bookmobile, again, we're city-county. Bookmobile is very county-centric. The senior outreach, very city-centric. Obviously, the bike library is, as strong as my staff member can pedal that bike, because it is human-powered. And then, of course, we have our Library Express lockers. This last year, 4,712 utilizations of this. Now, it's really exciting, though, because in 2022, I stood before a lot of you and shared this idea. What do these lockers do? Why are we doing this? Just yesterday, or Friday, excuse me, the fourth locker was delivered. By the end of this week, it will be installed. By the end of this month, it will be operational. Now, we are very much ahead of schedule here, by about a year, to be honest. During that 2022 presentation that I gave to most of you, I said that once we get past the third locker, okay, we're going to have to procure a vehicle. Well, we already did that last year. But we're going to have to look at staffing for this endeavor. Now, again, here's the thing with this locker. My foundation and other donors, they have paid 100% of this. We keep up the yearly maintenance of this, which is about $5,000 a year. Okay? So our investment here, in order to make sure that we are honoring the MOU that we have with our partners of servicing these lockers 6 days a week, we're going to ask for additional staff member for this position. Continuing on with some technology, we continue on hotspots, 513 checkouts, over 172,000 hours of internet. This is just last year. This has been a new program in the last 4 years. Internet sessions, so think of the hotspots as external, internal for the internet sessions, 26,180 internet sessions, and we provided over 337,000 Wi-Fi sessions in the building. We do also offer 2 different charging stations. These charging stations, one is upstairs, one is on the bottom floor there. We have about an average of about 1,100 usage per month from these charging stations. Now I want you to put in perspective, there are only 8 charging bays in those charging stations. And they're being utilized 1,100 times a month. So with this, this slide's kind of intentionally designed to overwhelm. My library IT staff, I have my own IT staff in the library. I have 2 people. One of them includes the manager of that unit. 2 staff give daily tech support to 35 users, 95 public computers and staff PCs, manage 447 pieces of unique equipment, 4 library express lockers now. And when we talk about the collab in the next slide, 67 new pieces of technology. 2 people oversee all of that. Not to mention, we house our foundation and we house the Friends of the Library. And we address all of their technological needs as well. 2 people. And in order for us to be fully efficient, to fully optimize those 2, I'm asking for a 3rd person as well. Again, when we look at the lockers themselves, okay, those are 6 days a week. Last but not least is the CoLab. This is a new space. We used to call it the Tech Lab. But this space has been completely reimagined. This is now a collaborative, multi-generational maker space. Features the latest in 3D printing, VR, graphic design, AV, production tools, and what we'll have is a mobile demonstration kitchen. This equipment has different layers of usability. So there is, obviously, you go into that space, that is one experience. There is an online platform that is being currently created. Also, out of this space, we're not a museum. I don't want to be a collector of things. People will be able to check out 3D printers, engravers, what have you, out of this space as well. Previous slide, 67 new pieces of technology have been added. In order to look at all of this, right now, $80,000 in grant funding. That's already been collected. My foundation already put up about $65,000. That picture that you see through that glass, that's what that space looks like today. All the furniture from the Friends of the Library, over $15,000 of new furniture. All of it can be manipulated and moved. There is no static configuration in that space at all. At one time, so when we had the Tech Lab, I want you to put this in perspective, that was 18 hours a week operational. With this new plan, this new idea, it makes it 60 hours per week operational. Now, we're not throwing away or throwing out the baby with the bathwater. This is still going to be teen-centric, okay? That's still a big element to this space. What we're doing is we're widening the opportunity, okay? This is the 3rd FT that I'm requesting, is another librarian for this space. 1 librarian before, teen librarian, we already had that on staff. That was 18 hours of usability in this space. We are tripling that now, and I'm asking for another FT in this space. You know, one thing also to consider is this. When we think about public safety, obviously fire, PD, legal courts, that's always going to be at the forefront. But every single day, we address it in some capacity at the Billings Public Library. Every single day, there's a segment of our population that we have to help connect to resources. Sometimes it is to de-escalate situations. No one on my staff is trained in this. We are not mental health experts. We are not social workers. We do this through our programming, through our technology. This is now a more overt space to address exactly this. The difference being is this. We want to do e-gaming out of this. We want to go, how can we break some of these at-risk cycles in our younger generations? We're already partnering with Parks and Rec, exploring exactly what this looks like. We're already partnering with SD2, Big Sky Economic Development, on what can they use this space for. There is so much potential in this, in just this space alone, not anything else that I've already said in this presentation, but in this space alone on what we can do. Now, I get it. We're not fire, we're not PD, okay? I get it. But invest in this space. Let us be part of helping this issue. Let us be more intentional. You know, I'm not saying we're going to be first stringers, okay? But put us in the game and be intentional about it. So where are we going? Well, right now, we have a lot of data to collect. We're going to have 4 lockers that are operational with a fifth locker location to be determined this next year. Okay? There's so much to do with that collab. There's so many new partnerships out of that space alone. Where are we going? We're going to collect information right now. We're going to hold the line. Invest in us this year. Believe in our vision this year. We'll hold the line. I'm not going to come back and ask for more people next year. Okay? But put us in the game. Have us be part of the solution. Let us try different things. For a lot of you, any challenge that you put forth to me and my staff, we've done it. We've done it. Keep doing that. So where we're going right now is we're going to collect information, we're going to collect data, and we'll come back and share that. And we'll see how we can meaningfully continue this progress in addressing different issues in our community. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Happy to answer any questions.
Very good, thank you. Who would like to start? And we'll start at that point and move onward. Councilmember Shaw.
Sure. Thank you, Gavin. I really appreciate this vision and your staff's vision and your leadership at pushing into this space quite aggressively of working. It's the upstream piece that we talk a lot about. How do we prevent these crimes from happening before we're engaging the first responders? So I just have one question for you, which is, I have seen in the parks budget that they're going to, roll out and expand the Rec to You programming. And I know last year the library kind of came alongside and had also I don't even know what all you guys had, but do you have enough resources in your budget to do that this year with expanded sites? Because I just think that's a really nice collaboration.
Councilwoman Shaw, that's a great question. And the answer is yes.
Okay.
Yes. So one thing that you would see, so we had about 244,000 people visit us in the physical building itself. Now, if you look at previous, it looks like that's down. No, it's because we're going out to them. We're being very intentional with our outreach of going out to the people.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Gillick. Councilmember Neese, anything? Councilmember Rowan, anything?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So, Gavin, I love your vision and your enthusiasm and your energy. I'm so grateful for it. One of the things, though, that I think some of us, certainly I do, and I'm sure other council members do, continue to hear is these investments are all great, but the library is still functionally a daytime homeless shelter. How do you respond to that?
Councilwoman Owen, I guess I would invite someone to come down. Actually come down and look at how that space is utilized. Now, I'm not going to say we don't have homeless in the building, okay? One of the things, and it's not even, I would say, a full percentage point, is that we are a place of rest. We are a place of respite, okay? But to say in a larger statement that we are a shelter, I would invite them to come down and actually take a look at how all of our space is utilized and experience that.
Yeah, I think that's generally how I respond as well. My son does programs there. I know that it's a challenge, and I know you've worked on security at the site, but I feel very safe with my son in that facility. And I wanted to give you a chance to sort of address that head on, because what you're talking about here is very visionary, and I would love to see the community come behind it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I spend quite a bit of time at the library, so I hope everybody knows I do have somewhere to go when they close the doors. Don't get confused or anything. I do have somewhere to go when the doors close. I just want to thank you for the great presentation and for your vision. Keep going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gavin, just a question, and then 2 comments. You can respond as you want. I am not hearing anything about a second, and haven't for a couple of years, possible second branch. So I guess the question is, when might that be on the horizon? There's nothing in your planning goals to pursue that. I'm wondering if there's a rule of thumb that every X number of thousands of people typically would generate another branch, something like that. So if you can address that. And then we've had some emails about the genealogy room, just as an old guy who likes dead people. That sounds a little weird. you just comment, I know you've got your design on the genealogy room for other uses. Maybe you can just comment on what that would be for. It's been a great resource for our community. I just hate to lose that unless there's, a clear need. And then I'll just comment, when we went down to Denver for the, check out all the rec centers about 5 years ago, there's some significant tech entrepreneurs who are chomping at the bit to fund tech for underprivileged kids. And I'm thinking that the tech lab would be a great candidate for some of those. And I'm happy to dig out some of that information if you have any interest in it. So anyway, branches, rough numbers.
Yeah, Mayor, so those are all three great questions. So the rule of thumb is basically that you have a main library and a branch for every 20,000 people you serve. Now, we are a city county, so we serve 180,000 people. Now, I'm not going to say that we're going to build 8 or 9 branches anytime soon, okay? When I came on board here, which was almost 8 years ago, more branches was on the CIP. I intentionally removed it. You recall back in 2022, the same question was broached, maybe not the same wording, and I said that these lockers are the first step to collecting the data. We need to know what the usage rates are of these lockers throughout our community so that we can then come back and say, this is intentional of where we want to build next, okay? Now, in 2022, I said, once we hit locker number 3, the time starts of collecting of the data. Even though we had the data right now, so 4,712 usage this last year. As of this presentation right now, we're already at 4,875 utilizations. We still have 2 more months to go. The clock starts now, though, in our way of collecting 3 years worth of data, which will be a little more representative now that we're going to have a 4th up, okay? So my response to that would be, in 3 years, I'll come back with a load of data to show you, here are the spots, here's the utilization, here's the plan, okay? Now, I think we have some opportunities, though, also to look at the parks master planning, to look at how we build as well. I don't think we need to go out and build or buy land or anything like that. I think we have things within the city itself that we can maneuver and kind of look at. As far as the Yellowstone Genealogy Forum, so, I'll see your nerdiness, I guess. And we collect statistics on everything, all right? And if you look at that room, on how it was utilized based off of 301 operating days, 0.4365 people visited that space per day. 0.4365. That, in my estimation, is not a good utilization of that space. Now, I am not one to just completely cancel that opportunity of learning and everything like that. We will continue to invest in all of our online resources. We have talked with the Yellowstone Genealogy Forum about portions of their collection actually being put into our collection. Their collection is completely autonomous from us. They build it, they buy it, they catalog it. We don't touch any of that. When we spoke with the president of the Genealogy Forum and her team about 2 weeks ago, I had asked her to come to me and say, hey, we have identified XYZ resources, we'll bring those back in. Then the next step was to contact my partners, Washington Heritage Center, MSUB, Rocky, Montana Historical Society, for other portions of the collection. We will remain an affiliate library out of the Family Search, which is part of the Mormon Church. When they closed shop, we took on those responsibilities. We'll continue to do that as well. Okay, so the only difference will be the physical space. Now, here's the deal with that. That physical space, they weren't conducting research seminars or sessions or trainings out of that. They were using our computer lab, our community room. That remains. In fact, we encourage them to continue to utilize us in that capacity. So I hope I've answered that question or kind of brought clarity to this issue.
Okay, very good.
As far as the tech lab goes, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, sir. The tech lab is, so this new collab vision, we're basing off of a model coming out of the University of Wyoming, which looks at it in a much larger span of different universities and academic centers that are all interconnected. We want to do the same thing here, but we want to start it out of Billings, get connected to Bozeman, get connected to Helena, Missoula, all of that, so that we actually do create a bigger network out of that co-lab, tech lab space, so that we can possibly have entrepreneurs come in, do really cool stuff out of there.
Okay, great, thank you. Going this way, Councilmember Kennedy, Councilmember Asplund, Councilmember Tidswell, Councilmember Boyette. Cheers.
Thank you, Mayor. Your proposed budget is going to go up about $418,000, and I'm saying to myself, you got $5 million apparently somewhere. Why do I want to give you $400,000 when you have $5 million? Can I borrow some of that $5 million for something else?
So, wonderful question, and we've visited this before. In our interlocal agreement, so the interlocal agreement, when it was created in 2005, and I'm happy to send this off to all of you. Section 6 basically says any unspent monies goes back to a dedicated library reserve, okay? Accessing that money is not necessarily hard, but not necessarily easy, okay? So all of that money is dedicated to library endeavors, projects, what have you, okay? So a couple of years ago, Assistant City Administrator Iflin and City Administrator Kukulski, said, hey, let's be really mindful. And we have been very mindful about closing the gap of our revenue expenditures so we're not putting money into the reserves. A couple of things happened. COVID, it really blew up that fund because we were shut and we were not operating in the same capacity. Another year, we had contested taxes come in from the refineries. That was to the tune of about $600,000, okay? How we want to utilize that money, how we can best utilize it for the city as a whole, I think that is a conversation worth having, to be honest.
Councilmember Boyette?
So is there any limitations? Why you have 3 employees, take it out of that? I'm just, they work at the library. I'm trying to be the devil's advocate because you got a lot of money there and I want to spend it a different way.
Well, Councilmember Boyette, I think you raise a good point. I think, so I'm going to answer it in 2 different ways. So myopically, the 3 FTE that I'm asking for right now, through the natural just tax revenue, my budget can support that. There's no impact to the rest of the city's budget at all, okay? Now, in a larger scale, when you look at what could be used, all it says is library services. But it also says it has to be in the agreement of this body and my library board.
I'm sorry, would you just repeat your last sentence? It has to be agreement of who and who?
This body and the library board.
And the library board, okay.
And that's very confusing because the library board doesn't oversee anything fiscal. But it does in that interlocal agreement.
Okay, thank you for that piece of information. We'll come back to that some other day. Councilmember Ripsis?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to try to understand that a bit more. So we have a county tax levy and a city tax levy that both go to support the library. There's also a general fund transfer. That's in addition to that?
That's correct.
If council were to say, you know what, this year that transfer is going to be a little smaller, we're going to use up a little bit of that reserves, because you say you've got 3.1 million unobligated reserves, where does that give you heartburn?
It would be in direct violation of the interlocal agreement. In the interlocal agreement, it does designate a total mill value that the city will do and what the county will do.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Total.
Okay, anybody who didn't comment earlier, Councilmember Asplund?
And thanks, Mr. Mayor. Gavin, this may be a question for you or maybe a question for Chris. I'm not sure where to go with it. So when you say the interlocal agreement designates a certain number of mills, is that what you show as the city tax revenue going in, or is that the city tax revenue with the state allocation, with all of the things? Is that how we get to that dedicated number in the interlocal agreement from a mills, or? help me understand what that number is exactly.
If my computer boots up, I'll actually just read it.
You don't have it memorized, Gavin?
I should. I should.
Man, oh, man.
My apologies, sir. Okay. All right, so it comes under section 5. I'm just going to read it in its entirety. In consideration of the promises, conditions, and obligations herein set forth, the parties do hereby agree to support and fund the annual library budget as finally determined, approved, and accepted by both parties in the following manner. Billings agrees to support the budget in an amount no less than 9.5 mils. And Yellowstone agrees to support the budget in an amount no less than 3.0 mils. When less than the mill levies of 9.5 mils for Billings and 3.0 mils for Yellowstone is required to fund the library budget, then the percent of the total budget for each entity shall remain the same percent as it would be for the 9.5 for Billings, 3.0 mils for Yellowstone were assessed.
So my interpretation of that is you could reduce it, but there'd be a proportionate reduction for the other party. Obviously, we're going to want to actually look at that document. So could you circulate that? We were not going to dig into it all tonight, I'm sure, but I assume everybody would like to have the document, take a look at. So anything else, Member Epstein?
Yeah, just so I'm clear, and I don't need this answer tonight, but if you could give me the actual number that is.
What the dollar amount
What the
adds up
dollar
to.
amount is and how we are coming up with that 9.5 mils in our budget, where that funding is coming from and the transfer. And I think that's kind of where Tom maybe was going, Councilman Repsis was going with that. That would be helpful for me to visually understand what the makeup of that is.
Yes, we can provide that.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Council, we've been around. I guess I'd propose that we move on to aviation and transit. Nobody's objecting. So Gavin, thank you very much. Thank you for your efforts here and your staff. Next up is aviation and transit. And Jeff, A comes before T. So I guess you're up first.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Jeff Roach, Director of Aviation and Transit. As the mayor mentioned, this will be a two-part presentation. I'll present the airport portion of the budget presentation, and then Rusty Logan will follow with the Met portion of the FY25 budget. I also want to note that next week I'll be coming back to your regularly scheduled meeting on Monday with an air service development presentation, a special presentation. So I can answer air service development questions at that time in greater detail. I will have one slide where I do highlight some air service development efforts, but you'll get the full presentation next week.
And Council, aviation starts at page 50 in your budget book.
Thank you, Mayor. Here are the airport accomplishments for FY24. We have, again, had an error-free Federal Aviation Administration inspection. That is a significant effort. That's our Part 139 inspection that we do as a commercial service airport, ensuring the safety and efficient operation of the airport. We've also, as many of you were present, we completed the final phase of the terminal remodel and expansion.
Jeff, I apologize for interrupting. Council, I went right on by our usual 7:30 time period. Would you like to take a break? Keep moving. I'm seeing a motion to keep moving. It's a work session. Feel free to just leave and come back. Sorry, Jeff, if that happens, it's not anything you said, all right?
All right.
But just for the sake of efficiency, we'll keep moving. So go ahead. But Council, do feel free to just step out if you'd like to.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Here are some of the challenges we're facing in the year ahead. Of course, a big one being the cost of doing business is increasing. We're seeing significant personnel cost increases. As was mentioned in earlier presentations, insurance costs are going up dramatically, as well as utility costs. We do have a significant amount of utility costs. The bottom bullet is a new unfunded mandate from the TSA that we're pushing back on. It is the aviation worker screening requirement that the TSA is trying to have the airports fund. If we do have to move forward with the airport funding that, we will be looking for additional funding in the budget for that. But we're hopeful that we'll be able to delay it or get the national amendment rescinded so we do not have to do that. And TSA will continue to do all the screening at the airport. I mentioned our air service development effort. It is ongoing. We are putting a significant amount of both airport staff as well as community partner participation in the air service development effort, and it is paying off for us. We are seeing an 18% increase in the number of seats available from March through August of this year over the number that we had for that same 6-month period last year. That's largely due to additional routes being added, like Allegiant adding LAX, Alaska Airlines bringing back Portland direct daily service, and a new carrier, Sun Country, providing seasonal service to Minneapolis-St. Paul. It's also, we're seeing a significant number of seats being added by airlines that are existing at the airport, either increasing the number of flights, like United is adding a 5th daily flight to Denver. That'll start this month. That's going to add 3,000 additional seats per month to our current existing number of seats available, our current capacity. And then we're also seeing just an overall upgauging of aircraft. That means moving to larger aircraft, which are more revenue generating for the airlines. Smaller aircraft cost more to operate through personnel costs and over the amount of revenue they get, so the fleets are changing. That's why we don't see any of the 50-seat Q400s operating here any longer. The smallest of the commercial service airline aircraft are the regional jets, which are 76 seats and above. And many of our flights are transitioning from regional jets to mainline aircraft for at least a portion of the season. Here are our enplanement numbers and our air cargo tonnage. For 2024, we're seeing an increase in our enplanements. If that continues, we'll be exceeding 900,000 total passengers for calendar year 2024. Our air cargo tonnage continues to go down. That is a national trend. A lot of the freight that was carried on air cargo in the past has been transitioned to surface transportation, but we still have a significant amount of tonnage in air cargo, which is why we are continuing to move forward with the expansion of our air cargo apron area and building a new air cargo pad. These are our operating revenues. We will see approximately 1.5 million in additional revenue in FY25. And that's pretty much across the board because of the more passengers that are flying through our airport. We also have additional lease space in the expansion of the terminal and new leases, ground leases on the airport itself. It's just a breakdown of our concessions. Again, as you can see, our numbers continue to go up as our passenger numbers respond coming out of COVID. We're growing at a steady about 4 to 6% rate per year as we come out of COVID. There are some airports in Montana that are growing faster than that as they recover from COVID. And that's a large part due to the fact that tourism travel is responding much faster than business travel. Some airports like Bozeman, Kalispell, Missoula are a very high percentage of tourism traffic And so their recovery is much faster. We're about 50-50, business travel, tourism travel, so slow and steady growth. But as we add more seats, more capacity, we'll continue to see that rise as time goes on. Here are non-operating revenue, slight increase in non-operating revenues. I will highlight that the ARPA funds there on the top line, this is the last year that those funds are available. ARPA funds are one of the COVID relief funds that we received from the federal government. So we're using the last, that 1.6 million is the last of the COVID relief funding that we have available. Here are operating expenses. They are going up. We're seeing a significant increase in administration. As I mentioned, personnel costs, insurance, and utility costs are driving a lot of those administrative cost increases. Capital revenues, AIP federal grants, those are funds that come back to us in the form of grant funding for capital projects. The AIP is largely funded by fuel tax. So we pay federal fuel tax on all the fuel that's sold at BIL. And then a portion of that comes back through the federal grant program in the form of AIP funding. Passenger facility charges, we collect those, $4.50 per enplanement. We're going to get about 1.4 million in those passenger facility charges this year. Those can be used for capital projects that qualify. And then CFC funds, that's rental cars. So we get a certain amount for each rental car day that's that comes out of the airport. And so our total will be about 14 million in capital revenues collection in FY25. This is what we're going to see covered in grant funding. That's a breakdown of the different grant programs, AIP, and then also the ARPA funds, the last year of the ARPA funds. Here are locally funded projects where we use airport-generated revenue to fund smaller projects, or we fund a portion, the local share, of larger AIP projects. So you'll see those larger projects primarily down near the bottom. I want to point out that we are going to be funding a portion of our airport master plan, which we just started. That process will be going on for anywhere from 18 to 24 months. So a good portion of that will be funded in the FY25. You'll see the PFC fund usage there at the bottom as well. So this is what our budget looks like in total. Total revenue, about 28.9 million. Total expenditures, 29.9. So I had mentioned that we are collecting about $1.4 million in PFC funds this year that can be used for capital projects. We are going to be spending about 5.1 million total for projects in FY25. We are able to build PFC funding and collect PFCs for future capital projects. And so while it looks like we'll have a shortfall, that's not really the case. We're just going to be using reserve PFC funding for the capital portions of our budget. Just a further breakdown of what we received in COVID relief funds and highlighting the last year of the ARPA funding. And of course, we're very happy that we're finally wrapping up our terminal expansion project. There will be airlines moving into the new space tomorrow. That process begins. Shane's working very hard with the airlines to make that coordination occur. And so we'll be parking aircraft in the new B concourse this week. So it's a great thing to see, especially since we're coming out of this 60 million project with virtually no debt service. And then just a future look at some of the significant budget request items that'll be coming over the next 5 years. A lot of those are capital near the top. We'll be looking at our positions and maybe reclassifying some of our positions as we increase the number of passengers we have. We have additional responsibilities. Additionally, as we increase the amount of space that we're responsible for through our terminal expansion, we're going to be looking at positions to see if we have the right mix of those positions and they're at the right responsibility level. And then the bottom bullet, there's been a lot of discussion and questions about looking at becoming an airport authority. I just wanted to note that we are going to be looking at putting some funding in a future budget for an airport governance study to look at becoming an airport authority. The master plan is kind of our priority right now as we're coming out of this terminal project. But that is the airport portion of our budget. I'll take any questions you may have.
Great, Jeff. Thank you, and congratulations to you and Shane. It's been a long process, but it's done. $60 million on budget, and without that, a huge accomplishment. So it's great. It's great to have a largely new airport. It looks great. Who would like to start us off? Any questions, Councilor Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. Great day up there when you cut the ribbon, wonderful. But the one question that comes out everywhere I go is parking and cars. Is that in your long-term plan to build a parking garage or do something, because parking is an issue?
So the master plan will be looking at that. Parking is one of the significant components of the airport master plan process. Right now, we're exceeding capacity in the terminal front parking area about 4 times a year. Spring break, July peak, Thanksgiving, and Christmas holidays. So those are the 4 times that we really exceed the parking, and we have to go into our overflow lots, which are the gravel lots that are to the west of the air traffic control tower. So people have to walk a bit. So yes, we will be forecasting passenger numbers, which will equate to parking needs in the future, and then looking at whether or not surface transportation or surface parking will be adequate for the future, or if we need to look at a parking structure or some other parking alternative.
Thank you. We'll just keep moving around and come back. Councilor Ripsis, Councilmember Gulick, Neese, Owen, Joy, Kennedy.
Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Dees.
Yeah.
I was a little fast?
Yeah, we're pretty fast.
Okay, all right, Councilor Dees.
You mentioned about the commercial is down another year. How are we sitting as far as the commercial cargo compared to other airports? Are they also decreasing, or are they seeing increases and we're seeing some of our cargo being moved to other airports?
The domestic air cargo is continuing to decline. International air cargo is going up, but domestic air cargo is declining. And it's not that we're losing it to other airports. Virtually no other airports.
Or Missoula or anything like that? Okay.
Yeah, we're the busiest air cargo airport in the area, and we're not really losing anything to other airports. We're losing that domestic air cargo to surface transportation.
Okay.
So what you're seeing is things that may have been hauled via air cargo when air cargo costs were lower. People are deciding, or companies are deciding, that those things can go in trucks and be delivered in 2 or 3 days versus 1 day or overnight.
Okay, and then Mayor, another quick follow-up. On passengers, are we gaining ground as far as some of the other airports, as far as, Pat, you mentioned that the areas in the tourists are gaining a little bit more faster than us, but so are we gaining or losing ground as far as the numbers of passengers compared to some of the other airports?
So according to the Montana Division of Aeronautics, the only airport that had a higher growth rate last year than us was Kalispell.
Okay.
And so we are gaining on those other airports. Kalispell is the only one that grew faster than us last year. I expect that we'll see more than 900,000 passengers this year. but Kalispell and Missoula will be in that very close to that same number. And so we may not move where we are in position, being the fourth busiest commercial service airport in the state, but we all will be increasing.
Okay, and one last question is, what about the connection? Is there a direct connection coming to LA or soon on that? Is that?
So we have, Allegiant has, on their own, without any support, has seasonal LAX service this summer. But with the SCASD grant, we're still in negotiations with air carriers about what they may or may not do in the future expansion. So Alaska Airlines has talked to us. We're talking with other carriers during the conferences and the meetings that we have with them.
All right, so still ongoing on that. Thank you.
It is still ongoing.
Thank you. Councilmember Kennedy? Oh, Councilmember Rowan?
Now, he got me thinking. I had to step out for a moment, so I apologize if you mentioned this, and I don't mean to make you repeat it, but do you have a projection or update on the status statewide for essential air service and how that might impact what's going on in Billings Airport?
Well, the essential air service contract for the 5 communities served out of Billings was renewed. Cape Air got that. It was renewed on January 1st. It is essentially the same as it was before. So the 5 communities being served out of Billings, 13 flights a day, 365 days a year. So no change to that. There are only 2 other essential air service airports, and those are in western Montana, that receive essential air service carriers. So no change to essential air service.
How long is that contract for?
It is a 5-year contract.
So for the foreseeable future, essential air service is stable for eastern Montana?
Yes. Yeah, and it was under the FAA reauthorization process that is going on through Congress right now. It was discussed to reduce or eliminate the EAS program, but that was taken out of the language, and we don't expect it to be put back in before it passes.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Kennedy?
Jeff, thank you. I like what I see going on up there. The question I have for you is, you have a master plan that's ready to go forward, and then for the airport authority. What's your time frame for the airport authority?
Really don't have one at this point, so we'll be talking with the administration about how we move forward with looking at the governance study and when we put that into the budget and move forward with that. Really want to prioritize on making sure that we have a good 20-year plan for the infrastructure development of the airport moving forward. So that's our focus right now.
Okay, because I am real interested that we move forward with the airport authority.
I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Aspenleiter?
Just a comment to support Councilman Kennedy. I would echo that. Like, I'm supremely interested in a governance study, and a governance study sooner rather than later to really outline whether we're doing this right or wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we started Councilmember Boyette. So Councilmember Shaw, you stepped away, so you're good. Okay, I think we're done. Thank you very much, Jeff. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be followed by Rusty with the Met Transit.
Turn it over to Rusty.
All right, Mayor and Council, good evening. Jump into the Met Transit presentation. All right, so starting off with achievements, one of the very big achievements that we had this year was that system overhaul of our fixed route operation, which included adding 30-minute service across the city, 15-minute downtown circulator, 455 bus stop locations. Was pretty monumental effort by the staff at Met Transit to get that rolled out. I'll let you read the rest of these here, but we also added a few technology improvements as well, just to improve that customer experience. Big one here as well, we completed our Federal Transit Administration triennial review, which is a 3-year audit that the FTA comes in and does of the Met Transit system. We're pretty proud of the results on this one. We had only 3 findings out of a possible 380. That was actually the lowest in the region, which includes Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, and Idaho. So pretty happy to see that. We also did some work to significantly expand the training program, and then worked on additional expansion of our advertising program. You may have seen some of our wrapped buses driving around town. Couple of big items. We took delivery of 4 diesel transit buses. That was a picture that I opened the slideshow with. And we awarded and began construction process for a significant expansion and remodel project there at the Metroplex to primarily provide some dedicated training space as well as improved meeting conference space, additional office space, and so forth. Another big item there, we also celebrated 50 years of service in 2023, so we did commemorative bus wrap. We have some other commemorative items as well that we've been passing around to the public. As far as challenges go, the primary one we always face is maintaining full driver staffing, especially in competition with private CDL operations. Just meeting the demands of the growing community, which you can see up there. A big one is also we continue to see significantly increasing demand on the ADA paratransit side of the service. And then the federal regulations seem like they're changing daily for us, so just trying to keep up with those. So here you see ridership is taking up quite a bit since that system rollout. I did notice I had a slight little typo there on the 2024 April numbers. That's actually 43,000. I was so excited to see our numbers going up that I just typed in the fixed round number there. So growth is continuing at about 10.5% when compared to the previous year. So we're anticipating we're going to hit around 421,000 rides here. If we stay on current rate of rides, which is around 2,000 per day right now on weekdays, we should be eclipsing that 500,000 ride mark by the end of the next fiscal year. As far as projected operating budget for this current year, we are seeing a little bit more on the revenue side, and that is a little bit misleading. It's really due to a delay in our reimbursement at the federal level from the previous year's operating grant. We did end up receiving around it was about an $800,000 pay or reimbursement that came in this fiscal year that just did experience some delays. As far as projected on the expense side, we were seeing some savings on that side. That's primarily due to vacancies on that operator side. We're consistently running with around 3 to 4 vacancies on operators. And then, just through pretty good management on the maintenance side, we do continue to see savings on maintenance operations, really just due to proactive inventory management on those parts and maintenance pieces. For FY25, revenues are up quite a bit from the previous year. A significant portion of this is on the federal side of our calculation. This is the first year that the Federal Transit Administration and Congress was using FY20 census numbers for actual apportionments to the state and the urbanized areas. So Billings benefited pretty significantly from this because that calculation includes both population and population density. So we do have a significantly higher level of density than some of the other urbans within the state. We're also benefactors of what's called the Growing States Program under Section 5340, which also added about 80,000 additional in federal revenues as well, because Montana's been identified as a growing state through that process. As far as expenditures go, we are up quite a bit on that side too, primarily in the salaries and benefits, with trying to estimate where we're going to land with that agreement. Fuel and fluids is up quite a bit as well as our other maintenance and operational budgets there. And really, I just want to point out that that is partly due to the fact that we rolled out that additional service. Prior to the fixed route system overhaul, we were driving about 600,000 revenue miles annually on the fixed route side. We're now pushing northward of 870,000. So it was quite a rollout of additional service that we're seeing. And then this is just a direct comparison there, expenditures by division. So once again, the majority of this is wrapped up in anticipated expenditure on the personnel side. We did see a pretty large increase on our insurance as well. And then we do have a couple additional technology systems that we do have annual maintenance fees on. So here, when we're doing direct comparisons for operating revenues to operating expenditures, we do have an overage of about 423,000. Keep in mind, though, this does include a prior year anticipated carryover, about $350,000 from federal apportionments. We were lucky enough that we're still riding the very end of that COVID funding that was coming in as far as operational funding from the federal government went. So without that carryover, we're really in the ballpark of 74,000. Another thing to note here too is that this does include a significant increase on our federal planning dollars, which we do anticipate to decrease by about $100,000 next year, because Bozeman and Helena will then be in that calculation for the division of those statewide planning funds. So as far as our FTA capital grant revenue, it's quite a bit lower this year, and this is really because we're not entirely sure what it's going to be. There's been such a delay at the federal level as far as authorizing those final bills. Normally, we'd have this information, in December after Congress passes the budget, but since it was pushed out so far, the state now has this information, but we're not entirely sure exactly how much is going to be allocated to us out of that statewide funding level. So this is subject to change. So looking at those overages previously that you saw in operations, we're anticipating those to go right back into the much more significant level of capital investment that we'll be doing this year. So some of those projects that we're looking at, primarily a big one that we've identified is our bus wash is in desperate need of refurbishment and replacement. It's an older design that isn't working well with our new buses. It continually causes damage to those vehicles, so it's something we need to get prioritized. Another big one there is those two paratransit replacement vans. We've seen significant cost escalations on those vehicles. Just for example, the body on chassis small buses that we'd previously used when I first started as transit manager 5 years ago were in the neighborhood of around $80,000 a piece. They're double that today. So we've actually moved on to smaller paratransit replacement vehicles, which are more steel built. They're actually manufactured by Ford, but we're still looking around $110,000 to $120,000 a piece for those vehicles. So capital costs, especially on the vehicle side, just continue to escalate. So we do have a number of full-time employee requests for FY25. The first two I'm going to talk about here are transit operator and our transit customer service dispatcher. So that additional growth that I keep talking about on the paratransit side, we definitely need more service there due to that increasing demand. We've seen about 7% growth compared to the prior year since our system overhaul. And of note here is that federal regulations do not allow us to have trip denials on paratransit service. But unfortunately, due to those capacity constraints, we are experiencing about 30 denials a month on that system. The thinking on that, apparently at the federal level, is if you're not denying it on the fixed route service, you should not be denying it on the paratransit side of the operation either. As far as the additional customer service and dispatcher, we have seen a significantly increased call volume coming in, especially with those expanded service hours. We have 4 positions which currently cover all those operational hours from 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. on weekdays, so 15 hours across that weekday. And then we do still have service 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday. So right now they're receiving about 160 daily calls to schedule, sell passes, answer questions. They do deal with customers that walk in as well, handle full dispatching on both the paratransit side and the fixed route side of the operations. So having only 4 of those positions, it really makes it difficult when somebody goes on vacation to have adequate coverage. The other one, third position that we're talking about here is a transit facility service worker. So we really do need additional support for, especially for recently added bus stop locations. Prior to the system rollout, we did not have any designated stops. It was, we'd pick you up at any safe corner. Now with the designated stops, we're required to maintain each of those locations and those related amenities. We deal with a large number of benches, signs, and so forth that experience graffiti and vandalism on a regular basis. So we want to keep that up. We do snow removal at multiple of those locations because they're on the sidewalk and areas that get plowed in sometimes. And then we also just need assistance with meeting those ADA updates and requirements, so making sure that we have the correct clearances when those items are placed on the street. We also could use additional help on maintenance of our current existing facility property. We have about 5 acres of grounds between the Metroplex itself and the 2 transfer centers. And then 45,000 square feet between the Metroplex facility and those two transfer center buildings. And currently, we just have two individuals that we have responsible for all of these duties at this time. And just while I'm standing here, I will give a shout out to those two individuals, though, because they were the ones that were primarily responsible for placing all 455 bus stops in anticipation of our bus stop signs in anticipation of that rollout that we accomplished in October. So total anticipated costs for these three additional FTEs, we're looking at here over $204,000. And then just to look ahead here at some of the anticipated budget requests in the coming years. So number one is just complete those projects that we've already identified in the CAP, the ERP, and the TIP, which include amenities at our transfer centers, bus stop improvements, replacement paratransit vehicles, and then assessing those additional projects as those different propulsion technologies changes in the industry. We do anticipate contracting for consultants on multiple projects. The one that I've talked about, I believe, with council before is that transit sustainability and funding study, really to determine methods to fund transit as we move forward. Something for council to keep in mind is that as the Billings urban area continues to grow, we will experience limits on our ability to utilize federal funds for operations once the urban area surpasses the 200,000 in population. So getting a plan in place prior to that occurring is really going to be good for us. The other thing that we need to focus on definitely is FTA does require us to have a 5-year transit development plan in place. We did finish that one up late 2022, but we really put the pedal to the metal and rolled that out here recently. One thing that we've identified in that plan is assessing the Rapid Heights to the west connection as well. And then we do just anticipate that we'll have additional personnel requests, including reclassification as those responsibilities and requirements increase. We really, it would behoove us to look at specialty positions supporting procurement and grant management to make sure that we're staying in front of all those federal regulatory requirements. And then really just continuing to maintain our facilities as the system begins to grow and add those operators in that same note as the system continues to grow. So. And with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Very good. Thank you, Rusty. Start with Councilmember Owen, and we'll go this way. Councilmember Owen.
Thanks, Mayor. Rusty, just a couple of questions here. When I look at your budget, when I look at the expenses, I think you've got 8.5 million in expenses. If we back out the capital, that gets us to the 7.8 number that you had listed as your operating expenses, right?
Yeah.
So without doing fancy math,
Okay.
if I just take that 7.8 and distribute it out over the 421,000 riders, it's about $18.50 per rider. Okay. So what I'm wondering is, first of all, am I calculating that right? And second of all, are there metrics in the industry that sort of, for a mid-sized city, even acknowledging that we'll subsidize bus service, what that target number should be? Like, what's an indicator of an efficient or effective system?
As far as expenditure per passenger, you really do need to break it down between paratransit service and fixed route service, because paratransit service is significantly more expensive to operate. So as far as comparative to other cities, I mean, it really does depend on the city. You know, that's across the board, because you can have cities like Missoula, which are small and transit intensive. So they're giving, you know, 800 to 900,000 rides a year. So that cost does come down. Whereas you have cities like ours, which are still trying to catch up to where we should have been with transit years ago, which are experiencing those higher rates. So comparison reason, I don't have a good number off the top of my head that I can
So like
give
industry sort of guidelines, benchmarks?
No, it's really shooting for the metrics that you're really trying to measure yourself against is that ridership or passenger service per hour.
Oh, okay.
So we do take a look at those across our system. And one thing I didn't mention is we actually just got approved last month with the Federal Transit Administration to use our automated passenger counters on board for actual reporting, which is great because that gives us real-time data on route utilizations. You know, if you've got a route that's doing 10 plus passengers per hour, that's usually a good performing route. So we can actually pull some of that data out of our routes and see which ones we need to focus on as far as convenience improvements go and people aren't riding, things like that. For example, our Heights one, which I never knew it was going to be this popular when we rolled it out, but our Heights to downtown connector is experiencing regularly between 18 and 20 passengers per hour on that bus. So if you get on there, it's always busy. It's stopping everywhere. But those are really the metrics that we tend to look at. Obviously, trying to be fiscally responsible, we do want to constrain what we're spending, putting service on the street. So that's really an assessment that we do here, locally ourselves, but.
Would you mind before the end of this month trying to break that down into the per passenger for paratransit and for regular transit? I would appreciate just knowing what those numbers are right now.
Yeah, and actually, we do regularly update that as far as what our metrics are so that we know what our cost per passenger is on the fixed route system and what it is on the paratransit.
And then the last question I have, Mayor, I want to talk about this customer service dispatcher, especially for paratransit, because you're right to say the trajectory is probably going up over time. And some of those passengers will need human customer service, but not all of them. So what are we looking at for automated scheduling, AI-supported work? Like, how are we trying to be efficient because this has got to be pretty dynamic scheduling, quite frankly. So how are we using technology to not just constantly plus up people?
So our current solution does actually include a smartphone application that passengers can utilize. It's not very popular amongst it because, we do serve a large portion of individuals that are 70 plus, 80 plus on that system, as well as individuals with disabilities. But it is available there. We have web-based scheduling that's also built into it. We actually have a text-back service for them, and actually just recently discovered that we have the ability to utilize Alexa. Amazon integration with the system, so that is something that we're pursuing because one of the features of that is they can actually schedule with their little voice assistant that they have in their house. It'll repeat back the time as far as when their rides are arriving and things like that. So we are definitely continuing to explore technology implementations that help make our jobs easier as opposed to just always throwing personnel at the problem.
Do you think it's possible that technology could get us down to maybe a half FTE instead of a 1 for scheduling and dispatch?
Really, the difficulty arises from a lot of our coverages when somebody's sick or when there's somebody on vacation. Then we're down to 3 people to spread across that 15-hour day. One of them is generally working a 6-hour day because then they have to work the 10 on Saturday to cover that entire operational day. So we're stretched pretty thin whenever somebody's gone. So that's really where the difficulty lies in that is ensuring that we do have the adequate staffing to answer the phone, schedule those rides. And remember, it's not just the scheduling and so forth, it is the active dispatching on the system, because while we do have an automated dispatching system in place, it's not a perfect system. So they do have to actively watch as those rides are coming off a van or as those rides are being executed, because some routes will get behind, some will move ahead, and the dynamic scheduling doesn't always do the most intelligent things that you would want an AI system to do. So really, we're really asking for a full person just because we need it.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And just to think, when I was first on council, we didn't even have an app so that people couldn't, had to stand out onto the street. I mean, I think we've made tremendous amount of growth and that's, really, I would really like to compliment you on that tremendous amount of growth over the time I've been on council. We started off not even being able to pay with a phone. I mean, people had to have their coins. And so, I mean, it's a tremendous amount of growth. And I really want to compliment you on this. But I'm really thinking what comes next. So, will we get to the point where we can implement some kind of park and ride system? Because one of the things I noticed, I'm going to just say it, Amon Park and the parking at Amon Park, when we have special events, and we have 2 medical facilities in the downtown area with many people working an 8 to 5 shift or a 7 to 4 shift. And we take up a tremendous amount of parking in the downtown area for people who are doing shift work and event parking. So do you think that we're going to, especially since we do have, city limits all the way from, Lake Elmo to 72nd maybe? How can we utilize a park and ride system in order to increase our ridership and really eliminate a lot of parking issues that are really just in the central area of the city? Thank you.
So it's a kind of a multifaceted answer to your question. So we have had park and ride locations in the past, but obviously that was hampered by the convenience of the system. So trying to tie that now again together with the system now that we have half-hour service on the street is definitely something we'll assess. We do have designated parking spots at the Stewart Park Transfer Center right now, which are designated for park and ride. I think we typically get 1 or 2 people that use those per week. And we did historically have a spot at Castle Rock Park that was also designated as a park and ride, I believe, in that parking lot just off of Wicks. We didn't see really any usage in the Heights area there, just because, in my opinion, it's a long connection to downtown. And if you're going to drive your car to that location on the Heights, you're just going to continue on downtown. So it is something that is obviously there in the back of our mind as far as those connections go. Where we really tried to focus with the overhaul was really on that downtown core. So, and that was one of the emphasis points behind the circulator that we've got, because that circulator route actually does travel by the majority of the parking garages downtown and through the medical corridor. And we built that intentionally to try and promote exactly what you're saying. The person may drive their car downtown, but then they can actually get on that 15-minute bus and travel through the medical corridor or vice versa. As well. So there have been some intentional steps taken in that direction, especially even with the current system redesign, and it's definitely something we'll continue to assess.
Thank you. Rusty, just really 2 quick comments more than anything. I really applaud the increase in ridership, which is just great. Most of your costs are fixed costs. So if you can increase the rideability, that just goes straight to the bottom line. So that's great. But I noticed that was not one of your goals, increase ridership. I think probably because it's assumed in everything you're doing. But I just comment on that. I don't think that's not your goal. The other comment has to do with the wraps. I applaud also your getting the advertising on the benches, taking control of that, getting the wraps, trying to generate that kind of revenue. Makes sense. But I have to admit, I was behind one of the wrapped buses the other day. I didn't know what it was. It was all advertising on the back. I looked on the side. It was all advertising on the side. The only reason I was confident it was a city bus is it had the bike rack on the front, but it was jarring because we're used to I call it a more tactful little sign on the side. I'm not going to try to micromanage the job. All I can say is I hope you're getting a lot of money for that advertising, because it's a lot of advertising and it seems like it has a lot of value. So with time, maybe we want to make sure we're getting maximum value if we're going to be using city real estate in that way. I guess that's my comment.
Yeah, and we've carried over, we kind of carried over the historical pricing when we took over that program. A wrapped bus is $1,000 a month right now, is what an advertiser pays for that. There is a significant capital outlay that they do, because a wrap costs between $10,000 and $15,000 to produce and have installed, depending on what they're doing. But we are currently doing some internal assessments about what's going to be appropriate pricing into the future on that. So
Okay, just something to keep your eye on. But
we do make a point. I know it's hard to catch, but in those designs, we do require, obviously, there's the Met Transit, there's the bus numbers, things like that. But I think I probably know which bus you're talking about that's kind of noisy. And that information tends to get a little lost in their designs sometimes. So.
Okay, thanks. Going this way, Councilmember Kennedy.
Going back to, I'm on page 7, with the transit. It was 8.53 mils last year. This year, you're at 10 mils, so you've reached the cap.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be at the cap, and then you showed us some numbers for 26. Do you anticipate that, how you're going to keep that pace? You've just added about $1.5 million for this year.
Well, in previous years, we had received the 10 mils from council. It was at 8.59, and I'm looking at Andy, it was, 8.5 or so in the previous years. So, we have benefited again from the federal formula changing. Moving forward, we do anticipate small amounts of growth, as we have seen in years past, on that federal expenditure, plus the growth rate on taxes have tended to at least keep us steady with where we're currently at. That's why it's important for us then to complete this funding and sustainability study to really look at how we're going to continue to fund the transit system into the future. I mean, ideally, I'd love to put more buses out on the street and love to, generate more ridership and so forth. So taking a hard look at that, looking at the different options that we have out there. We are a little unique in the state of Montana as well, as that we're a city operated system as opposed to an urban transportation district, much like Missoula and Great Falls runs. But there's also opportunities for us to really still, I don't feel it's as essential as the same thing that the airport's going through as far as investigating an authority. We do have opportunities to still look at potential to partner with other agencies and other governments nearby. Is that what you're asking? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the other question I have for you is, as we took the tour down there, why did this year you decide to do an expansion and remodel down there?
So actually, this has been a couple years in the making. We did apply for additional federal funds in 2021, I believe is when this competitive grant was secured. So at that time, we were anticipating the need for growth as we continued to improve the system and put expanded hours in place, because we did a survey, 2020, I think is when our public survey rolled out, that we were hearing from the public, all these different things that we put on the street, that they wanted expanded service hours, more convenient service and things such as that. Again, in conjunction with that transit development plan that we did in 2022, hearing those same things. So we're getting in front of some of that need for growth.
So the remodel is federal dollars?
It's about, right now, because of escalation in construction prices, it's about 60 federal, 40 local is what we're looking at on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Absent-Lighter.
Yeah, this is a dumb new guy question, probably for Andy. So as I'm looking through the budget on page 59, understand the balance sheet right up until you get down to the available working capital, and that looks like a carrying reserve. Is that right?
Get to that page.
Because it shows there's $4.5 million in available working capital, and that number has vacillated between 4.5 to 6.4 at its peak. But what is that, and why is that?
So that is, we've been working on a little bit of a reserve buildup. We do have the 4 diesel buses that were just delivered, they're $500,000 a piece. So we've got local match that's coming to those. We have about $1 million in local match that's going to be coming out for electrics that are going to be delivered. We have the 1.4 or so that's going into the facility now as well. Generally, when these capital projects come in from the federal government, we're looking at about an 80-20 split on that. So we do carry a significant amount of that reserve in order to make sure that we have it available to purchase the vehicles, especially vehicles really is what we're looking at. And that's something that I've talked about in years past. With the way that COVID hit, and then we were able to successfully secure 2 competitive grants in subsequent years to purchase buses, we're staring down here in about 9 years a purchase of 17 buses that we'll need to replace. So part of that is working towards ensuring that we have a healthy capital reserve to make sure that when that comes due, at the rate the buses are escalating, that we can actually afford to replace our buses that are on the street.
So follow up, Mr. Mayor. And just, again, this is dumb new guy questions. Using that $500,000 per bus, and assuming in 9 years or so, you're going to have 17 buses roughly to replace. You've already got a reserve built up, assuming that we pay 100% of those bus costs for 10, nearly. It seems, it's a little jarring to me, I guess, to see that you've got a operating budget of $8.5 million and a reserve of $4.5 million. Like, that seems disproportionately high to me, understanding that, there are big ticket items, but that seems like a healthier reserve than any other department in city government, which, kudos to you for managing accordingly, but there's big questions for me regarding carrying that.
For historical, it's a relatively new development for transit to actually have a healthy reserve. Prior to COVID, we benefited a lot from the CARES Act, from CIRSA and the ARPA funds, because those federal dollars that were coming into the city for transit, we were able to utilize at 100% federal funding level. So there was no match required. So that allowed us to build up the reserve. Prior to COVID, we had $1 million maybe in the bank that we were able to sit on for the required amount of operating reserve that we needed to have in place. So it is a relatively new development for us, but as I was showing, and as you'll see through the TIP process and so forth as well, with the rollout of these bus stops, with the additional capital and so forth that we're putting out there, we do have a need to expend it. I don't anticipate that we're going to continue to just sit, on $5 million. There are definite needs across the system that we intend to utilize that capital reserve for. Especially, like I said, in regards to the bus stops is one of the primary things that you'll be seeing from us here lately. We'll be bringing a bus stop master plan forward to council here in the next few months too, because now that we have designated locations, we are responsible for ensuring that each of those locations are ADA accessible and meet all the requirements of the Federal Transit Administration as well. So there's significant on-street infrastructure that we'll need to address.
The piece I would add is I think the question is an excellent one. And the planning effort that's going on as to what the capital needs of the future, similar to some of the other departments, I think is key to answering that question well. And then just another context piece that Rusty mentioned where we were pre-COVID, but please add to that where we were relative to buses, which is, I think we were not in a good position where our bus conditions were in desperate need of replacement and $1 million in the bank. And so that's something I've insisted and Rusty's done a good job of saying, okay, look, we can't count on a pandemic to bail us out of our capital needs problems relative to the transit system. But all of that fits into the context of what is the plan going forward, and is it overfunded or underfunded or right where it should be, to your question.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Tidswell? Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. Whenever I go down Grand Avenue, I see our new bus stop sign and people are standing there. Have you heard from the public at all about whether they like this idea of a designated bus stop versus just waving the bus down?
We have, actually. We had a very nice phone call just last week from a gentleman who comes from the Heights with his wife who's in a wheelchair. And he really praised the consistency of the system, the usability now, because you understand where you have to be to catch that bus, and then that connectivity between the routes. What he indicated is he transfers from the Heights. They live somewhere up off Lake Elmo, I believe, and then transferred to that downtown circulator. Easier to plan. Really, one of the other things that I haven't mentioned yet, too, is that it's allowed us, as far as technology advancements go, to build trip planning into the smartphone process as well. Our digital fare app, UMO, actually has a trip planner built into it. Without designated stops, we can't do that because the phone doesn't know where to tell you to catch the bus and where to get off the bus. So we have received some pretty positive feedback from the public in regards to it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rupses.
Thank you, Mayor. Rusty, so you talked a lot about technology, and you just said that we've got a trip planner in our own app. When, and I know I've asked this before and you're working on it, but when are we going to be able to just use like Google Maps or something like that and get transit?
I'm hoping within the next 2 weeks. I've been working with Google closely on review of our system. There's some funny requirements that they have that don't necessarily jive with our local practices, but it is in the second review phase now with Google, and I'm hoping that we've met all their criteria to get that rolled out.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Great. Councilmember Shaw, Councilmember Gulick.
Yeah, Rusty, I think I'd also be interested in the metrics that Councilmember Owen was mentioning, and I think over a few years, differentiating the fixed route from the paratransit, I think is a great idea. I think ridership going up, to what end? I think we really, ultimately, what we're looking for is this the effective way of extending the capacity of our existing roadway system. If there is mode shift, and so it means that we don't necessarily need to add more lanes, or like we can be more. The money we spend in our communities is best spent, we wanted to reduce the ultimate cost to society. And so I think transit can definitely be a part of that. And I think to getting to the sustainability fund you're talking about, I think starting to track these metrics that you were suggesting could be a good way of doing that. So, but I really appreciate the effort going into changing the routes and to the more productive places. I guess the higher density routes, it seems to be working. So I guess any comments in terms of, there's also been higher expenses, but it looks like actually, in terms of ridership to expenses, the ridership's increased faster than the expenses have. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of in the unknown territory as far as the ultimate wages and salaries go, and that's where the significant portion, lion's share, is within that. So, but as far as maintenance costs and so forth, they're not increasing as much as we would have anticipated. And really, one of those reasons is because with the more miles we're driving, we also have consistent service. In the past, we had a significant amount of dwell time with those vehicles sitting and idling. So it's always more efficient for the engine to be pushing the vehicle down the road than it is to be sitting there at a transfer center, just waiting to be driven away. So fuel, as far as mileage figures, are looking better, and then maintenance on those actual vehicles, since we're actually working the vehicles a little bit harder, it seems like those are starting to trend downward as far as the unplanned maintenance instances go.
Very good. Councilmember Bernice, and then Council, we're at about 20 to 9. We'll move on to our final general fund administration component. Councilmember Bernice?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Rusty, a couple of things I want to talk to you about is, you guys took over that marketing advertising program you used to pay someone to do, and then you took it in-house. But and I see your marketing costs and stuff like that, but are you selling that? Is there any revenue that you're getting from marketing those benches and things like that now? Because I don't see any revenue income from your marketing.
So that's listed in the operating revenues, is where we typically bunch those up in that summary page. So we have contracted for this current year $210,000 in revenue on that. My projections for next year push that closer to about 230 or 240,000. My marketing and advertising specialist, she really wants to hit it closer to 280, and she's a go-getter after getting these sold. But that's really where we've got it wrapped up right now. So prior to taking that over, we were receiving from the concessionaire around 110 to 112,000 per year.
Okay, so you said about 225 this year?
About 225 this year.
And you had expenses of 106. Does that include the personnel as well?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, that's good to hear.
Yep.
So, Mayor, I think they are doing a pretty decent job, so.
Thank you.
And then, so a couple other things I had some questions about is I concern over kind of what was talked earlier on the number of mills, because we see right here you got an overage of 423,000, and so just coming out and appropriating the full 10 mills, I'd hope that we wouldn't do it. We'd only appropriate what we need, and it sounds to me like we probably have a little room that we can reduce that, because full 10 mills is going to, average homeowner is going to run 4160, for something that they may or may not use. And so it is something that we want to make sure that we're not increasing that much. In fact, and then it is, in addition to that, with the reserves we're looking at, I mean, that's a lot of reserves, as was pointed out. But I understand there's those fixed costs, so maybe we should have something in here that shows what the allocated reserves are for some of this ERPs, things like that, and then unallocated, kind of what we saw in the library section, because the unallocated is really what we look at as maybe an overage that maybe we can reduce that and start paring that down a little bit to reduce the cost to some of the taxpayers now, and maybe we can, instead of doing the full, maybe we're at 8, I think we're 8.4 now, maybe we get down to 7, because we're going to use up some of the unallocated reserves over a few, maybe a few years. Maybe not do it all in 1 year, but I would recommend trying to get it down to that level in some way. But we need to see what those numbers are and what's allocated, what not allocated. So.
Yeah, and we can definitely get you what those what we have obligated so far to projects.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Rusty. I think that's it. We appreciate all your efforts.
Thank you.
Andy, are you going to take us through general fund administration and all of the elements, administration, council, mayor, non-departmental, finance, and human resources? Is that your, okay.
All right, Mayor and Council, I spared you the color on this one. Yeah, so.
You meant to say we can't afford color in these areas.
Yeah, black and white only. I just wanted to highlight a couple things in each of those areas that you otherwise won't receive a formal presentation on in the general fund, because I think there's a couple things that you should be aware of that are in the budget or not in the budget. So none of these have new FTE requests that are in the proposed budget, but I just want you to be aware of what's in there. So city administration, this includes obviously Chris, Kevin, city clerk, public information officer, as well as executive secretary. So it's 7 FTE in all. These funds also include the grants out of the crime prevention fund. So, Family Justice Center, Nurse Family Partnership, those are each at $200,000. And then the short-term holding facility contribution. There's also in there reprogramming from 24, funds for record digitization, and then 50% of the lobbying contract with Thorn Run comes out of there. So that's what makes up your city administration budget. Mayor and council, this includes mayor and council wages. There's also an increase in the facilities charges for the new city hall. I don't know if you know, but there's going to be dedicated council chambers. So the way we allocate costs actually shifted a little bit more here. This does include $25,000 for council contingency, which is no change from the prior year, as well as membership fees or for professional organizations listed there. So for a total general fund budget of $396,000. Non-departmental, this is where, as I mentioned earlier, you capture your transfers to other funds from the general fund. So that's public safety, library, new city hall, and the parks and rec, and then planning. New city hall, that's consistent with the funding package that was approved back, that 2022 probably, November. Library is for your interlocal agreement, as Gavin mentioned. Planning, that's to fund some long-term planning needs. I think it's 100,000, right? Or is it 200?
Planning needs?
Yes.
The additional this year is 100.
Okay.
Last year was 2.
Yeah.
This year it's 1.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Last year was 3.
Yeah.
This year it's 1.
And then Parks and Rec, and then public safety. This also, this is where local government review is at $200,000. So if that passes, like I said earlier, we do have it budgeted. I wanted you to be aware it's in there. Our contract for legislative lobbying with Crowley Fleck, that's state legislative lobbying, comes out of here. And then property and liability insurance for general fund departments as well. Finance department, it's 12 FTE, no new FTE in there. Again, general fund operating budget, about $2 million, but we also capture the debt service funds and then some of the equipment replacement for some copiers and mailing, internal mailing. Increases there for the city audit contract, IT charges primarily. And then human resources, Carla wanted me to apologize on her behalf. She is not feeling well and went home, so she didn't come tonight, but I said I got this. So again, no new FTE here. To be clear, she did request one, but it is not being recommended here in this year. But the HR budget includes $1.1 million out of the general fund, and that covers all of their operating, but for one employee. We do have one employee that's paid out of the property and liability insurance fund, and that is the employee that handles all of our property and liability insurance claims. And then HR also covers the health insurance fund. Within the general fund, the HR department is seeing increases for software, specifically those three areas that are highlighted there. IT charges, they also have some employee milestone awards, and then they capture the DOT drug testing and physicals that need to occur. I think that's it. Mayor and council.
And Mayor, I would just like to add a piece to that. Thank you, Andy. So want to thank Jeff, directly addressed what you'll recall we talked about this year, which is what do the next few years of budgets look like? And I'll fully acknowledge it's been a challenging part of making a transition, but I want to make sure we take each opportunity to at least begin that dialogue and have you thinking. One of the things you'll see, and it actually came up with Councilmember Owen's question, a little bit of confusion relative to budget messages and what departments asked for versus what ended up in the budget. What you have to you, consistent with what we always present, is a balanced budget. And it probably is pretty straightforward to say that if you looked at what all the requests were from the departments when they were asked, hey, what do you need to act to provide an excellent level of service as well as kind of meet your anticipated needs, that's not a balanced budget. So we had to make cuts to balance the budget. I do want to take, though, a few minutes from time to time to talk about some of those things that aren't included in the proposed budget, but I think we need to be thinking about into the future for sure. And this is probably one of the most challenging areas to have those discussions, right? There probably isn't anybody in the community that really gets excited about the needed FTE additions of the finance department, or, you know, civil legal services, or human resources, or administration. But having about 2,000 miles of windshield time over the last week driving and being at the conference and thinking about what departments presented in this area, there was a request out of Andy's office for an additional FTE. Whether that's an assistant finance director or a budget analyst, we don't have either of those two. We run an extremely lean operation, and I think candidly, to the extent that we could do some really good work in those areas, if in the near future we could add some capacity in those areas. Similar on the human resources side, there is no assistant director. Each of the 5 positions that do human resources, plus the 2 people in payroll, thank you. I think it was 2 years ago, we added a second payroll person. 1,100 employees, we had 1 payroll person. We doubled that to 2. That was extremely beneficial. But we were thrown into a situation the last 30 days that we lost them both. We were able to get some really good hires. They started today. We ran payroll without them, 2 cycles, but we need some additional capacity in our human resources department so that we can do more proactive work relative to training. I mean, we really do hand folks a set of keys in an office door, promote them or hire them into the organization and tell them we're here for you. But we really don't have the capacity that we really need to have to build people up to really excel. So I just ask you to please be thinking about that longer term. In human resources, or I'm sorry, in the city clerk's office, a couple of years ago, the council added a records manager position. The good news, unfortunately, we've struggled to keep that position filled. We've had 2 individuals in that position. Both indicated on their way out the door that software was a contributing factor to them leaving. Software is also going to be a common theme when we get into the IT budget or other budgets about capital needs going forward across the organization. And at some point, I do believe the administration, we need to have conversations about what the expectations are from this body and how Kevin and I, whether we're mostly inward facing, working on the culture of this organization and how it functions, or how much time is to be spent collaborating with our community to accomplish the goals and initiatives that the council has. So just, again, as Andy said, none of these areas have additional FTEs in the request. That's because to balance the budget, they couldn't be justified. And frankly, I think a very consistent message out of these internal services is you don't bother asking. You don't bother asking because there are other needs across the organization, and or I know there's not going to be revenue there anyways, but that, in my opinion, isn't how we can function mid and long term if we're going to figure out truly how to advance this organization to be a high-performing organization. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for letting me plug a little bit of what I think we need to be thinking about. None of those are sexy. None of those are exciting, but they all have dividends and impacts across the whole organization. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We don't want to forget about those unknown needs that are out there. So questions for Andy or Chris on what you've just heard? Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a tough question for you guys, I guess, but the library had no problem coming forward and said, I want 3 people. Why shouldn't Andy come before us and say that he wants a person rather than someone like you or Kevin saying, no, you can't do that? I mean, the point is, we're the overseers. We should be able to spend the money how we think is justified. Maybe I don't want to give the library 3 people. Maybe I want to give Andy 1 and I want to give Carla 1. How do we get to that point where we can make a decision what we think we need?
Sure.
In a bigger picture.
I think, yeah, I think the first step of that is opening this dialogue about those needs, number one. Secondly, as you learn more about the library relationship, we have a really sound system that's been put in place in our partnership between the city and the county in funding that service. And so though it is absolutely a property tax funded component, through that contractual arrangement, it really is a little bit of set off to the side. Now, I think, the tougher questions are anything that's agreed to in that contract between the city and the county, I think could be negotiated and adjusted between the city and the county, but you can't just unilaterally do that. Very cautious to imply that that's what we should do. We should just change that. I don't want to be short-sighted about that, but it is a fair policy question as to whether we're over-investing. Are there any areas we're over-investing in while we're under-investing elsewhere? And I think we've got improvements to make. We didn't make as much progress so far this year as I had hoped in this 5-year budget discussion. Candidly, for Andy and I and Kevin to balance this budget, one could make a straight-faced argument as a department head. Why did you ask me to spend all this time telling you what our needs are over the next 3 to 5 years? Because I could have told you I've been here for X years. There isn't money to do that. And I think we have got to get more creative on the administrative side and with you, figuring out how to bring those options up. What do we stop doing, or what do we need to add, or what are we not benefiting from by avoiding the investment? So bottom line is, we asked and sought that you would see what each department was asking for. Ultimately, though, we have a responsibility to present a balanced budget. So those aren't hidden. I think next year, the work between the Budget and Finance Committee and the staff, we need to find a better way to have that conversation, because there were some real strong mixed messages as we came late to it, and that's on me, coming late to that conversation, where there was also some easiness among this board as to what were we going to do with that information. And I know an appreciated message from you to me and us and the team is we do need to roll up our sleeves and figure some of these things out. So don't ever approach this as, well, we don't have the resources, no, don't bother asking. I deserve to understand what that subject matter expert in that department is saying their real needs are to provide that service, so you can make some of those decisions, or we can collectively.
Okay, we'll just keep moving around. Councilmember Rupsis, and then.
Thank you. Hopefully just a couple quick questions. And since Mike brought up the library again, it looks like between the city tax line and the general fund transfer, using your handy number that you included in the budget, it comes out to 10.8 mils. Is there something else in there that gets up above the 9.5 required?
Yeah, I believe that part of that motor vehicle tax that we get from the county gets allocated over there as well. And that's probably making up that difference.
I see, okay. And then you also mentioned the local government review. That expense is in here, but where is the 1 mil or whatever we'll have to do?
Sure. It is not included in there. And it's not included in there because I'm not 100% confident that we can levy it. And I have yet, and I'm not saying you can't, but I'm just saying I think we need firm opinion from whomever to say, and I assume that's legal, to say, yes, you can levy that, but currently it is not shown in there. So
it's just an extra expense we're going to take upon ourselves.
That is how it's currently presented, yes.
Okay, are we doing a legal review on that? And we'll know by June?
So we will follow up, we will follow up on that and have Gina weigh in as to whether, if the voters say yes, I mean, I can tell you the language, which was deliberate, that the committee put together and presented to you. We certainly present to the voters what the tax implication is of a yes vote. There is, as Andy said, there is some hard cap charter component, provide some differing opinion. But yes, we will ask Gina to provide with that so we can either increase the mill, know that with confidence you can increase the mill if the voters say yes, or not.
Okay. And then one final?
Go ahead.
Mayor, thank you. So we didn't get too much into the crime prevention fund discussion, but one of the big allocations this year is $750,000 to the short-term detention facility. I believe there was some conversation by the Board of Commissioners, possibly a draft MOU that was put together, a letter that we haven't seen yet. And there was some indication in there that they may not build all 96 beds that $6 million estimate was based on. I expressed a lot of concern that it was kind of going to, I was concerned about a bait and switch where we said, okay, based on a $6 million 96 bed facility, we'll put in $2 million of cash. Where are we with that? If there is an opportunity to say, you know what, if you're not doing the 96 bed, $6 million project, make sure that we're coming down proportional and we can use those other funds in something where they can be better used.
So I did confirm today, it is not on Monday's agenda, but it is on the agenda for the following regular meeting to provide us with the time to work through those issues, because some of us have been not in town to tackle what we do have a signed agreement from the county as to what they approved, but I have not gotten to review it to confirm that it's specific to the negotiation session we had with them before. It's been a couple weeks now. I need to confirm that, and ultimately it will come to this body for authorization of a signature. It's not just being signed.
And Chris, what I would comment on that is rather than waiting until the usual 1 week before that meeting, since we have it, there's no reason not to circulate that as soon as you think appropriate.
We will start digging into it tomorrow to today, yes.
And even though there is some flexibility language, I've had at least one conversation with a commissioner who assured me that their intent is still fully to do something very similar or identical to what was proposed by the Schutz-Fotz drawings, and they were just trying to maintain some flexibility because they don't know exactly what that would look like. But at least from that one commissioner, there's no attempt to do something significantly different.
Well, that's great. We should maintain the same flexibility on our side then.
Well, we can talk about the language of that agreement about whether we want to change it, but just let you know what I was told. Councilmember Shaw?
Yeah, thank you. I just have a quick one. The $200,000 for the Family Justice Center that's proposed for the next few years, is that earmarked for specific programming or positions, or is it just in the budget as kind of a placeholder at the moment?
It is in the budget as a placeholder, with the exception that we have signed, if you recall, an agreement between ourselves and the YWCA for a not to exceed $55,000 a year for the Family Justice Center coordinator position. So that's a placeholder, and and we're working through what do those budgets look like in the near term and further term. And then you'll see, that's where I notice in this FY26, as Andy showed us earlier, we're essentially fully spent out at about $80,000 in reserve or carryover. But as soon as we make that last payment on the short-term hold facility, the crime prevention fund has a lot more flexibility to it as to what we invest in and how.
So it'll come back to us with the specifics at some point.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, Councilmember Gillett?
Yes, thank you. I've certainly advocated for us in terms of our infrastructure and our buildings to be maintaining them at the sort of optimal point where we're not running them to failure, that we're continuing to maintain them so we have an optimal, a lesser outlay of funds over a given period of time. I wonder if the same kind of approach might be thought in terms of the staff positions you were mentioning, Chris, for HR, for finance and elsewhere. I think a case perhaps can be made. It's hard I can't just tell my constituents that we need more people and what are we getting from it or what are we avoiding? What are the avoided costs that we come out of that? So I'm sure it's very hard to make some of those to monetize it. Some of it's just, we're losing the opportunity. If we don't have a budget analyst or someone to make use of our cost of services study, we're losing out on the opportunity to find a smarter way of allocating our resources, for instance. But I think we're going to need to be able to articulate that before it's going to be easy the case needs to be made, I guess, for those positions.
Totally agreed, and in English that people can understand what the benefit is. What is the return on those investments so you can make those intelligent decisions?
Thank you. Councilmember Nice, anything?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Andy, you covered a lot of different departments, and so I didn't get a chance to write everything down, but I will mention one thing when it comes to, and Chris, you mentioned this too, about employees, employee development, training, things like that. And I think that we talked about this last year at the facilities. We want to make sure that the department's not working in silos. And so if Public Works is putting up a building somewhere, then maybe Parks and Recs can use it in some fashion or another to store some equipment or vice versa. And so same thing goes with training development and some of the required training that employees have to go through. I was talking to Carla at the retreat, and she said that's one of the things that lacks in the city is there isn't a really good consistent, and that is the liability for the city. And so that is a real value, a measurable result if we're not following some of the guidelines of what needs to be employee training. So, but I'm sure that other departments or other parts of the city who are enterprise funds are probably doing that training. I'm assuming, some of the departments are, are fully funded and they can do all that. And so, again, I think sometimes we're working too many silos, but we should be looking at different departments like we did with the Parks Department. We got Public Works involved in helping Parks do some of their estimating and engineering and stuff like that. So I think we need to do more of that throughout some of these areas to help reduce some of those costs. So we maybe don't have to do a full FTE, but we can maybe utilize whatever Public Work is doing and pay them some fee for them to come in and do some of this stuff. So anyway, I think it is important we have treat our employees well. The new employees are developed well because there's a huge cost to retrain employees. And that is something that we need to try to help with employee retention. And so there are some things that if there is someone that's needed in HR that can fulfill that role, we need to really look at that because that's going to help a lot of throughout the whole part of the city. So again, those are some of the costs I think we need to look at to make sure that makes our city more efficient, because we're not constantly having to have new employees, retraining them, and then people can't get the help because they're in training. So anyway, that's some of the things I'd like to see us talk about, getting rid of some of the silos.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Roy?
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, I know you and I talk about this a lot, and we just, I think, philosophically disagree about the amount of discretion and latitude that should exist in a budget. But I remain concerned about it. So I just want to ask you about some of your estimations and assumptions in the general fund. I see a projected decrease in charges of service of about $1.2 million on the revenue side. Why is that?
That's moving parks out of the general fund into a parks fund.
So that's the rec, essentially, charges that we will no longer see in the general fund?
Correct.
Okay, that makes sense.
And park maintenance districts.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so you also seem to project actually a decrease in general fund revenues in the overall tax line. It's slight, but it's not a 1% increase.
Yeah, the difference is, it was related to the last year's budget changes. When you guys made changes to the budget, and I said, I think, like, I don't remember it exactly, but generally, in order to fulfill the added requests that came at the end of the budget, we would need a 21% growth. But I felt like it was within the reality that we would get it. We never adjusted the budget to reflect that additional revenue because you had adopted the budget then.
Right.
So I think at that time, if you combine it with the public safety levy, which we actually levied the full amount, it is a net increase of $1 million. But I think for whatever reason, we didn't update the revenue last year.
Because what I see here is almost 23 million flat in taxes projected, an estimated actual of 23.4, and then a proposed 25 estimate of 22.9. And again, these are small numbers, but.
And Councilor Rowan, could you just refer
Yeah, I'm on
to-
page 247.
Thank you.
So, and here's where I'm philosophically driving at, because I'll next go to the expenditure line where we underspend in almost every one of these categories. Neither one of these are independently problems. We should be conservative on revenue, and I don't ever mind people underspending. But I don't want it to be a strategy. Do you understand what I'm saying? We're going to underestimate revenue, we're going to overestimate expenses, and then we just have slack that never comes back to council for reprogramming. So I think I ask this every year, and I'm just going to ask it again. I'm concerned that we have some slack here.
Okay. Well, I think your description of my approach to budgeting, which is conservative on revenue to the low side and I guess conservative on budgeted expenses to the high side, is a fair characterization.
And a good
Yes.
one, to a point.
I will say, though, your FY23 actual ending fund balance was not significant. So I want to pull up the actual amount, so I'm not just blabbering up here, but you didn't have significant excess reserves, meaning
23
in 23. Now, I don't know.
$1 million, that's not insignificant.
Yeah, but you also had outstanding expenses that had not been paid, like the CGL study is the one that comes to mind. That would eat some of that up. So while I do take that approach to budgeting, I think I am not going to support your approach to spending reserves that don't exist yet, I guess, if that's where we're
That's not what I'm
going,
saying.
yeah.
I'm just expressing a concern here that when I look at expenditures between budget 24 and estimate 24, they're almost always between $100,000 to $200,000 underspent. Again, not inherently a problem, and I do not want to create a use it or lose it mentality, ever.
Yep.
But I acknowledge that those dollars never come back to council for consideration of where they should go.
Well, I guess I disagree there. They would initially go to reserves in the general fund.
Or they could just be spent at $80,000 increments under existing administrative discretion, right?
By year end, I suppose, yeah.
That's my concern.
I could see that, yeah. I can see the concern, yes. I don't agree with that happens, but yeah, I think that's a fair concern.
But I just want to continue having this conversation about budget controls, because there's a certain number of decisions that should be made at council. The philosophies, I think, are fine to an extent, but I continue to be concerned that in practice, council may be losing some of its budget authority. Thanks.
Okay, point made. Good enough?
Yes, I would say fair enough, and can I just add, because it's a conversation Andy and I have had, and I think it fits along those lines, which is the advantages and disadvantages or the impact of segregating police, fire, parks, library, you name it. The benefit of being able to see more easily what's going in as revenue, what cost is coming out, continue to always, and I say exactly what you said. I never, ever want to give folks an impression it's a use it or lose it scenario culturally. But I do also wonder that if we make the separation like we chose to do with Parks and Rec this year, it'll be more readily visible as to who's carrying over money at the end of that year. Because it will stay more in their areas, which on the one hand, I think is a positive. It incentivizes on the one hand that they not use it or lose it, but that they actually can see a reinvestment in the future in their own department. But it also draws the same question we had tonight about the library and about Met, how just where's the sweet spot there? And I think that's a good push and pull or reality to that. And that's what we're working towards.
I want us to consider whether or not there's a time for a trigger of coming back to council and saying, listen, we're going to be $300,000 under the budget. What do you want to do, council? Do you want to reallocate it or do you want to roll it into reserves? I think at some point in that philosophical conversation with your leadership, there should be a talk about a reprogramming request.
Yep, and I could give you, and I'm sorry, I know some people want to get up, but these are important discussions. The budget's important. This year, that decision was made in the last few weeks by me through conversations with you. That is that the current fiscal year budget includes software money for the clerk's office. The decision was made to sign a contract with Center for Public Safety Management to do a review and an update of the last analysis. It was under my authority. It fit, and I believed unequivocally the council supported making that shift without coming to you and asking for formal approval. And then you saw in tonight's budget proposal the money back in there for the clerk's office in this next year, because we haven't lost sight of the fact that we need software in that area. But one could say technically was that a bait and a switch, and I think through the conversations it wasn't. But I wanted to be clear that that's what we did, what I did.
The last thing, Mayor, before you close, is I disagree a little with the characterization of the Family Justice Center dollars. I believe the agreement was to set an amount aside for future construction and renovation of the physical location. So I think we allowed some discretion for domestic violence programming, but the conversation that I recall at least was investing in the facility itself. And so this was sort of an accumulation of funds over time.
Okay, Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, Director Zeller, I hope my questions were clear about the public safety costs. And part of the reason I'm really wanting to understand that better is I don't know where we are with our cost of services study. I know that we have significant maybe challenges to getting that forward, but I would really like to see that moving forward, because I think that we need to think, not just director heads, us at council need to really seriously consider the sustainability of every department, not just staff thinking about it, but us as council. At what point do we annex, and we can no longer sustain our public safety costs? And that is a very big concern to me, and I don't think it is up to staff to come to us and tell us, hey guys, you know, this is really getting unsustainable. It's up to us to be considering. It's one of those seventh generation decisions that the Iroquois sovereign people had, that you make a decision that sustains a program or a city up to 7 generations in the future. And I can go back 7 generations of my town and tell you the decision that was made that made it a ghost town. Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing for me, Councilmember Kennedy.
I have a few. Number one, I just wanted to say, I don't feel the way this is being run is we had budget committee meetings Everything was cut and dried. We really didn't have a hard copy or even a draft copy. We got to watch something on the screen, and everything was pretty much, departments came in, they're saying the same thing we saw tonight. And the Budget Committee was also told that we can come back to this group later after everything's presented and do our own budget amendments. I really do feel that the budgeting process needs to start right after the first of the year, the fiscal year, and start going through and meeting and going through the same process. And the Budget Committee should have some input if you're going to cut out FTEs or what people are asking for or whatever, and we should be looking at a draft budget. That's how I've always looked at doing with the Budget Committee, because we're hearing the same thing tonight. We heard at the Budget Committee, and then we can make, as Andy said, you can fill out the amendment form and bring it back to this committee. So if the Budget Committee is really going to be a Budget Committee and delving in, it needs to start earlier, and we need to be in the conversations. That's my comments on that. Negotiations. We've heard about negotiations over and over. We even got a letter from the Teamsters inviting us to negotiations. We've never heard when they started, when the negotiations are, or anything else from administration. Are we going to talk a little bit, or is it just negotiated and then you bring it back to us? I'm new, so I'm asking.
So it is negotiated and brought to you. First time I've seen in 30 years a union request that elected officials come to the table. I will tell you, we debated in preparation whether it would be good to have some of you sit there. Now, the truth is, I mean, truly, you pay us to do that work for you. It is our responsibility to negotiate that contract and bring it to you. With the rhetoric that's been going around the community and in the organization, you're going to end up more involved, at least knowledgeable of what's going on than the last several contract rounds because of what's being talked about. But literally today, this week was the first 3 full-day sessions that are scheduled. So before I went too far, I wanted to see what did the negotiation committee actually experience at the table, which started this week, versus what's been rumored and talked about now for several months leading up to this. And yes, I mean, I would never, there isn't any information I'm not willing to share with you about what those conversations are, but I do think it would not, the strategy of turning it into a public meeting or politicizing it more, I don't think is going to be a good strategy for us. I've never used it in the past, and I think you should, in this case, count on the council manager or form of government and say, Chris, that is your responsibility, but I have to bring you a contract that you're willing to authorize and sign, because at the end of the day, you do end up signing off on that contract, whether you concur with it or not. So we need to communicate with you in the process, how it's going, especially.
I would appreciate some more communication. The last is general fund and allocation. If we're going to have a park fund, this fund and this fund and this fund, all of it comes out of the general fund. That should go back to the Budget Committee, and we should be discussing how much allocation are we going to go to each of these funds. It's just part of the budgeting process and the Budget Committee. If there needs to be more money allocated from the whole commission, the whole council, to a different one of those funds, then there should be some recommendations from the Budget Committee. If we're going to separate things out, we just want to be more of a presence in the budgeting, because listening and what we've done so far, we're kind of stepping back, and you guys have presented, and now we got to take it apart to actually see what we want to approve and what we don't. So I'd like the budgeting process to be a longer process and more council involvement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Aspenleiter.
And I'll try to make it quick, and I'm running out of my new guy ignorant question runway 4 months in now, but I would entertain at least a conversation about adding a budget analyst. I mean, Andy is a one-man wrecking crew trying to take care of this along with manage his day-to-day operations. And I share some of the same frustrations that Bill has with going through this for the first time. I mean, this is the first time I've actually seen this, and we've been through 3 or 4 meetings now with the Budget Committee, and there's just no context. When we have those individual presentations, there's zero context to actually even give you reasonable input. Andy and I talked about this last Wednesday after our Budget Committee meeting. Like, I don't even know how to give you good comments or ask good questions because I have no context as to how it actually relates to the entire budget. So if adding a budget analyst would speed that process up and would have a resource to deliver the budget and have a more interactive process with council, that would be great. And in the off portions of budgeting, that budget analyst could audit individual departments and look at and review contracts and make sure that what we're spending is actually what we're spending, and be able to be used as a resource to figure out where we're in some bad contracts. I'm certain that we're in some. So if we could look at how to do that, I think that could be a valuable resource to council, and I think it could be a valuable resource to the citizens of the city to help us better improve this process. That is not the sexy one, for sure, but operationally and functionally for us to do our job better, I think it could be a benefit to everybody at the table. And I'll just leave it at that, I guess.
Okay, very good. Before we wrap this item up, anything, Councilmember Tidswell? Okay, we start with Councilmember Boyette, so I think I'm going to call this a wrap. It's 9:27, folks. So we do want to give an opportunity for public comment on item number 2. Thank you, Andy. Public comment, item number 2, the budget discussion you've just been observing.
Catherine Card, 2815 4th Avenue South, Mayor and Council. Listening to the comments on the library, some of the comments were quite disturbing for me. For me, it represents not only you're in my place positions of privilege, but economic privilege, but also I think some ignorance concerning people who don't have the economic privilege that you and I have. A lack of understanding, a lack of knowledge of our unhoused population, hundreds in this city. The public library is a welcoming space for all people, provides equal access to the materials and to the space, public space. And if that includes providing a warm, safe environment for all, what's wrong with that? Why should you or anyone be scared to have their children there because of the unhoused people there? The library is open for all of us, even the potentially dangerous, even the ones that have serious criminal records that are housed. Yet you and so many in the community don't express fear for their children because of them. The library offers safe, clean, peaceful place for all of us, but that fact is especially precious to the people who have few other options, and the people who spend all day and all night in the elements that I have seen, with limbs being cut off because of frostbite, fingers, toes. Why is that a problem for you or anyone in our community? Not every homeless person has a troubled past. The place that you should be scared to send your children to, in my experience, is the church. In my 20 years of being a pastor in the Lutheran, Episcopal, and Methodist churches, every congregation had a sexual predator. Everyone was troubled by someone in the congregation who was either violent or seriously mentally ill. People who are dangerous are in our schools. I had a biology teacher who was a sexual predator. Great guy, looked real nice. The library offers a way for people who have no internet, including the unhoused, to access internet, read the newspapers, and read books. It's a way for people who have no other bathrooms but the one outside our door here to have a bathroom. Well, the answer, of course, is to any of your friends who ask you, let's have a low barrier shelter. What about that? One that could be reliable, that would offer shelter year round, that would be well run and truly low barrier. I have sat here and talked to you many, many times, and you look at me with blank faces. Well, folks, here's the time. Don't blame the library.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on item number 2? Okay, we'll close that public comment period. Chris, item number 3, upcoming agenda items.
We talked earlier about the contract between the city and the county, and Andy mentioned that 2 weeks from this week, we've got 2 more budget work sessions, including, don't forget about the one tomorrow. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you very much. I assume there's no public comment on item number 3. So I closed the public comment, but council discussion before we go on to comment on non-agenda items. Councilmember Owen?
Thank you, Mayor. Just very briefly to give council members a heads up of an initiative that I will be bringing earlier this year in January. I started having some conversations with the Billings Public School System about a potential career technical education pathway around criminal justice careers. So everything from legal, police, all of the sort of realm of criminal justice careers. And I'm really pleased to share with you that they've been very excited about that, as have other stakeholders in the criminal justice system. So beyond just City of Billings folks, there's interest from the county, there's interest from the state, there's interest from the feds. We have a chance here to build a pipeline of workers into our public safety careers. It begins in middle school with them understanding what all the opportunities are, working into high school, doing job shadows and internships and all those sorts of things in the city, county, state, and federal levels, into earning credentials, coursework, certifications, all those things that prepare them to enter the space. We've had a chance to have some conversations with school district staff as well as with the planning committee of the board. It's been nothing but enthusiastic support. I think much of this is happening already. It's sort of in an ad hoc basis. This gives us a chance to bring it together into a structured pipeline for both young people and adults who want a career transition into public safety careers. It is a school district's preference that we do this as a public safety, not just criminal justice, so adding in fire and emergency management as well. We've had great support from education partners actually all around. I will be bringing an initiative to have us work, not very fast, but over time, just have an MOU that formalizes our relationship. But if any of you are interested in joining these conversations or learning more or understanding it, I don't know who's going on the chamber trip this summer, but they may look at some programs while you guys are there on that trip. So I just think we have an opportunity here to do something really incredible for our community, elevate the status of these professions, and show what extraordinary opportunities they are. So if anyone's interested, please just let me know, and then I'll have that initiative coming up in the near future.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and I know it's very late, so I'll be succinct if that's possible. I just wanted to talk a little bit about our April 22nd meeting when we talked about housing. And I think it's very important for us to sort of understand the history behind different kinds of housing options and housing as it relates to HUD. There were enormous housing crises in the 1960s. The solution for HUD was to make cinder block towers. You take a city block, you put up 4 maybe 20-story cinder block houses, and people live in them. You have a little 9 by 9 foot square patch that's grass is supposed to grow in. In Cleveland, Ohio, there's one as close as you could get to the interstate cloverleaf as possible. That was considered housing. I think that lessons learned in how housing should work. The reason why there are programs, the foreclosure program, the first-time home buyers program, is because people who rent don't build capital. People who rent do not accumulate wealth. The greatest wealth transfer of our entire economic history is going to come and is happening as baby boomers pass away because they have homes. Those homes, the value of those homes get passed on to the next generation. Renters don't get that. Our entire tax system is built around home ownership. You have deductions if you own a home. If you're a renter, you don't get deductions. In this instance, you can see why first-time home buyers and foreclosure programs are a pathway for people of low income to be able to own a home. When you own a home, you have access to capital, you have access to credit. That's why those programs exist, and they exist because of the mistakes that were made by building cinder block towers, where poverty was perpetuated generation after generation because there was no home ownership. So I just would like to put that out there and make that a part of the context as we see what HUD housing is available through community development. So thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. If no other items of council discussion, public comment on non-agenda items. Mr. Nelson. Thank you for your patience.
Got a little handout here, or just one for, I guess, for you, the record, and then maybe one to the mayor. We'll just have to trust him that he's going to see this properly.
I'll figure it out.
Has to do with the South Billings urban renewal. So I just took this screenshot. Under agendas, the last time they posted was 4/2. Well, there's a meeting tomorrow night. No agenda. Also, on their page, they have pending applications pending. They have 2 listed there. Well, there's 2 tomorrow night that they're going to look at. We have no documents. No one can see what they're going to discuss. The right to participate is being destroyed because how would you publicly comment on something that you have no idea what what the document says? You don't know. For an instance, they took a new board position on. They said we have 2 applicants, him and him. Is there any public comment? Well, we've never seen the application. How would you even know? We don't even know their names, except they just announced them. About 2 months ago, they came in here and said, hey, can we have $25,000 for a new study for the rec center? That was on Monday night. On Tuesday night, says, by damn, we got 2 applicants in. One's in town and one's out. The one in town happens to be one of our board members' firm. He's going to recuse himself, but we don't have a quorum right now. So one of the other board members, he's come shuffling in, takes over the meeting. That board member recuses. They got a quorum, so Guess who gets the contract? Well, guess whose application's up tomorrow night? Billings Convention Center. Well, who sits on the board? I don't know. You guys know who sits on the board? And he's getting an application tomorrow night. I'll bet he gets to go, I'm going to recuse myself, boys. Don't want to get in the middle of this. All the other board members vote yes. Ain't that convenient? So when they did this study, I said, well, what are they going to do? Well, they're just going to resize the building, tell us what it's going to cost. Well, now they say, well, we're meeting with this group, and we're meeting with that group, and we're meeting with this group. Oh, well, Mr. Kennedy just said the public should be in the conversation. We're going to spend millions and millions of dollars, and the public's not in the conversation of what you're going to spend, and you're probably going to approve a $40, $50 million bond on a consent agenda without even a public comment, except for the 3 minutes you get before. It won't even be a public hearing. Don't need to. You got a MOU coming up, or their memorandum of understanding coming up here in June, you're going to approve it. I'd ask that you put some language in there, says they're going to post these documents so that people can see what they're actually discussing, and so we can rightfully and constitutionally and statutorily participate in the process. They're probably going to expend $1 million tomorrow night. Another thing we could do is this board, they just quit, then they get a little group together and says, we like you. How about a vote? How about the members of the TIF district get to vote on the board member? Put it out to vote. Let somebody run. Maybe you guys would like that. As you guys quit, you just get together and say, we like that guy because he believes in what we believe, so we want him on our city council. Well, that's what's going on down there. They just get like-minded people, chair warmers, and you get what you get, but you don't get any dissent, you don't get any discussion, you just get all yes votes. Maybe you could think about that. Thanks. Well, what you ought to do is, if there's any adults in the room, you ought to call them up and say, you shut the meeting down until you post the document so that people can see what you're voting on and see what you're seeing down there, and put this off for 48 hours and let them post it on their website. That's what adults would do. We'll see what happens. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. Chris, I'm wondering if maybe you could ask Gina or somebody on her staff to look into the details of the posting, because obviously those are legally required, and we'd hate to go down the path without it having been properly posted.
Will do.
Okay. I don't think anybody will disagree with me, I hope. So, see some nodding heads. So, okay, very good. Any other public comment, non-agenda items? No one is coming forward. So, council, we are adjourned. Thank you.